traders, how are you doing, humans? Humans, go with that purple. It's still April, right? Yeah, we're still in the spring. We're still in the floral months. So let's bring it on. A little purple today. It looks probably dark blue on the stream. It's truly a purple, though. It looks like royal blue on the stream. It's like, this is real, like even more hot pink than this show, so... Got the bed head. Look at the hair. Still didn't get the haircut. Got it rearranged. I'll get in the cut tomorrow. Anyway. Purple and pink. Who's got the stink? Well, this reminds me of like every day last week. A few new tickers to look at. True. But no one truly has them all. What's up, Louie? Other cousin, Daza, anyone else? The wallflowers. The usual gang waking up. Rubbing the crumbs out of the eyes from last night. I mean, I slept like a rock. I mean, I've been sleeping so good recently. I'm going to jinx that now, but my gosh, I've been sleeping so good. So good. And I hate it, when you start sleeping that good. Because then when you wake up most days through, like Monday through Friday now, I'm just like, every day I wake up now and you're like, oh, you want to go right back to sleep? I want to sleep till 9, 10, 11 o'clock. Got to recharge this battery, all that energy I use throughout the day. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's get to the morning alerts. Here we go. All right, same as business as usual. We'll have a few new tickers to look at. Just like the last couple of weeks, we're really getting into that. Every once in a while, we'll get this bangerang mover that ends up not holding up, like an AKAN. I mean, maybe it does throughout the day, possibly like an AKAN, but most of the plays that we've been looking at, if they do pop up, they give all their gains back. And no one really taking the mob on a nice, good, slow, and steady grind. And then come pre-market the next day. Here we go, same thing again. Okay, well, which one of these? There's a chance today. Well, there's a few new tickers to look at. And then no one gathers the mob. So today we'll go through those new tickers. USEG, YAS, ONCO, ORCA, GLND, SGMT. CYCU is up and right back on down. Same as GLND. Although GLND is trying to make an uptrend. Trying to make a little bit of a comeback. CYCU is not making any comeback whatsoever. That comeback... let's not call it a comeback. Let's call it a done deal. See, SGMT, kind of the same thing. ORKA, a lot of the same thing, too, as well, as far as going up and right back down. The one that's really held its gain so far out of the gate is USEG and YAS. All right, let's get out of the way here to the top gainer on the day, then. It's USEG. It's USEG Atronius. All right, USEG, USEG, top stock gainer on the day. USEG does have some, energy news here. Signs 5-year... helium. Let's get some helium. All right, under 135. I do see old resistance in pre-market that could become new support at 130 to 125. If it cracks that down to 115. On the way up here, resistance is going to come in at a micro head and shoulders that was built in earlier on this morning, right at about the 155 mark, 150 to 55. Over that to 165. Over 165, where do we go here for USEG? Well, 175. Over 175. Can we get more than 10 cents? Can we here? Come on, give it to me, Pat. Get big money. Yeah, I think we do. Over 175, watch for a pop-up to about 195 to 2. And then 215 over that. Over 215, 240 resistance for USEG. Float on her is about 35 mil. She has run in the past, but it usually is just about a 50 to 70 cent run in market. So I would expect this to get into the twos, but low twos, if anything. Yas. YAAS. You've got to be kidding me, and I'm not. That is definitely, all it needs is a few more S's, and this is rocking and rolling. Does have some news today. Not a lot overall. It says Uconix Technology agrees to acquire 18% of equity interest in Yatop, which is this company. Support down below has been built in real strong at the lower VWAP band, which again, this plays flat out to the right. Upper VWAP band, lower VWAP band, flat as a damn board since it first popped up from 90 cents to 160. Upper VWAP bands at 148, lower VWAP bands at 122. They are not moving hardly at all either. I would say those are your main support resistance areas, what I just named out. If it cracks that 120 area, and watch it for it fade back down to 1. On the way up, if we do get over 150 to that through 160 mark, let's just say there's a shit shot in hell, there's a possibility. Watch for a move up to 175, over that to 185. This is like a lot of these, like we see, 10-cent intervals today on these plays, sub $1 to $1. Over 185 is a takeoff point for YAS, and it can run up to right around 230. Float on this is a little bit smaller. Yas is about 3 mil. So this one has a little bit better of a shot too, especially when you have, like, I've seen USEG. I don't think I've ever seen Yas before. It did pop last September. That was when we saw a lot of plays popping. So I'm sure I did see it one of those days back mid-September last year where we had a lot going on. Last September when the small caps market woke up. So maybe we saw it then, but other than that, I've never really seen this play before. It's bottom right-hand corner, 52-week low. So this has a better shot to run today just for that potential. All right, over to your number 3 top gainer for the day. It is ONCO. And what do we always talk about? These sub $1 plays, team that can't get through $1 and they're popping up from, well, it's actually, this is from Sunday. This popped up. ONCO. Popping up today. This has no news on it. I think it's a bio company of sorts. On the way down today, so we have support at 77. We're at it right now. We're at 78.77 cents. If we crack it, we go down to 73.72 cents. We go down essentially to Sunday's highs and Friday's high of day. Resistance on the way up strong at 92 and $1. Orca out today with some news this morning. Does have complete skin clearance in phase 2 phosphorus trial. All right, cool. So phase 2, not bad. Did have a really massive gap up or just move out of the gate going from around 70, 75 up to 115, then straight back down to 80. Now building an uptrend line or uptrend channel and a trend line up from that. Bounce play back down on the lows there right around, I'd say the bounce play was right in. Main line I'd put in is right around 82. Off that 82 mark, we have a trend line. My trend line right now would be right at around the, I'll put it in just because it's hard to eyeball this with so much range. I'd say it's right at around and I have it right at about 91 actually. So right at 91 as of right now. If we crack that, watch for a move down to 89.65. If we crack that, we're heading down to 88 or 86.75 area. And we crack 86.75. Only thing I would say that'll hold this play up is going to be a possible moving average, etc. Otherwise, I say this play goes all the way down to right around the 81.50 to 82 mark. On the way up, resistance is at right at around 100 to 101. Over that, watch for that pop to 115. If we get over 115 in pre-market high, this is most likely at 52-week high, and yet it is. Do we have further room back to go on ORKA? And we do not. This is a new IPO, or at least new ticker as of 2024. So this is all-time high. Well, what do we know and what I've said? $5 increments to about 125, which will be really close to as we get over 115. So then we start moving most likely into $10 to $15 increments. Could it do it? Sure. Could it wake the small cap market up? Meh. I doubt it. Over to your number 4 top gainer, SGMT. Over to SGMT this morning. This is another one that had a pretty decent pop up and now is lolling out to the right, not doing much. This one has a float of right around in 23. The only low floats we have today are Onco at 700K and Yas at 3.75 mil. Other than that, they're bigger floats. Orca's a bigger float. SGMT's a bigger float. Maine is a bigger float, which is also a gap up today, but very low volume. HTCO's up today, but it's a little bit smaller. But there's nothing really up today that has the small float. GLND actually has a small one, which we'll get into last. So anyway, SGMT here. I've seen this one pop in the past, about 20-25 mil. I bet this runs like it typically does most days when you go look at SGMT in market. Even when it pops, it doesn't do a ton in market. The biggest day I see is a ranging day of last year of right around $2.80. That's back in last June in the last 52 weeks. So not a lot of big movement here for SGMT. Pre-market high is right around that $9 mark. If we get over it, watch for a pop up to $9.45 to $9.50. Over that, we move to 10. So essentially what? 50-cent increments on the way up. On the way down today, major supports being built in right now at 715. Watch for the 715 shelf crack for the move down to around 665 to 650. Main support there. If somehow it cracks that with the lower VWAP bands as well. The only place we have left to hold this play up is going to be 645 and then 6. What's up? How we doing there? Poet nasty rug pull. Haven't looked at Poet. It was kind of like up from last week. Yeah. All right, so there we go. Trading lower after the announced cancellation of all purchase orders received from Celestial AI. So I guess they had orders for Celestial AI, and all their purchase orders were canceled. That's not good. I don't know how and why that happened, but for whatever reason, ouch. Couple of former runners to bring up. ELPW, this one's up, of course, last week. We've seen this play before. Watch this on the continuation over 575 for ELPW. Don't forget this play has been reverse split, so there's not a lot of good charting to hold this play down. So over pre-market, I should say over the high there from pre-market today at 475. Watch for a pop up to 525, 520 area. Over that we have 560 resistance to around 580. And over that we have resistance again at around 640. Over 640, watch for a pop to 7. And then on the way down today, the main areas that I think this needs to hold, well, we are on a trend line up. So if we go to Friday and after hours through Sunday and pre-market, we have a pretty nice trend line forming. It's almost off from Friday as well. You can see Friday had an all day long trend line. Then it bounced right there at the end of the day at Friday and after hours and bounced up into Sunday, if you have that chart. Well, that's what that trend line's based off of, and we're at it right now. So watch under 405 for the move down to 380. Under 380, we move down to somewhere right around 350. And under that, the major support's 325. As long as we hold 325, this can still find its way up today. Definitely up sometime this week. If it cracks 325, that's where this play will start to see some sort of a bigger pullback. And lastly here on the day here to keep on watch, former runners Poet just came out with the fact that they, I guess, the company announced the cancellation of all purchase orders received from Celestial AI. So I guess they had a Celestial AI product out there, and whatever orders they had, they were all canceled. Don't really know why. I'd have to look into this a little bit more so, but that was just put out. Not really good. Right there at the top of the hour. Yeah, right at the top of the hour. Huge pullback. So on the way down here for Poet today, support I see is major at, what do we just hit lows? The lows right there are right around 850. So I see below 850. If this comes down below 850, which is actually a perfect bounce play off of last Monday's, go put a line in it where it bounced this morning. Beautiful support from last Monday and throughout the day into after hours. Under 845, this thing has room to run all the way down to 775. Under that, we then go down to 750. On the way up, resistance is going to come in heavy at 10. First off is at 920. Then over that, we move to 10. Over 10, we have room to 1050, and over 1050 to around right around 1085, Thursday's lows. Over 1085, we go into last Tuesday's high of 1110. Over 1110, we hit into last Wednesday's lows of around 1130. So essentially around 1085 to 1130 will be strong resistance, even if this does pop up. Okay, one more for the morning there. I should have mentioned this, but it's actually working. GL&D, beautiful trend line crack right there, right at the top of the hour. My trend line, it was a trend line to VWAP crack. It cracked right around $7.95 to $8 area. Cracked the VWAP, now coming around down. Best support I see coming up for GL&D is right around the 680 mark, right around 680. It's got to hold that area. If it cracks 680, it's heading down to probably most likely somewhere right around 650 and even further. On the way up, strong resistance runs in at 850 to 875 rule, and then over that, the true top and high in pre-market at 925. Doesn't have a lot of charting. We've seen GL&D pop up in early March, or late March, I should say. One of the last ones to really truly pop. Strong resistance at pre-market high. If we go over that, we have room to around 985, close to 10. And over that, watch for a pop-up to somewhere right around 1030. We'll start with there. I doubt she moves because she's trend line cracking and coming back on down for now, and is most likely going to channel up as we have a lot of tickers to look at into the bill. And then there's the recap. I should say that. And there's the recap real quick. Here's the recap, I should say, for small caps. Nothing really, in my opinion, that's taking the mob right now. You've got to watch ELPW. A for the bounce plays down below, but then especially if this takes off through 475, it'll gather the mob. And then out of all the new tickers, who does take the mob? Because right now there isn't one that truly says, hey, I'm taking the mob. Like going over to the, press play and catch back up to live. Yeah, GL&D was the last one to hit high of day momentum scanner that I have on my board for plays that I'm looking at. And that was quite a while ago now. That was 45 minutes ago when it first popped up. Everything else is still sitting sideways. Boys in a daze. Nothing is hitting high of day. So everything pretty much, waiting for who's going to take the mob. Well, right now, nothing. So sit back, wait. I don't say, hey, and even right now, like, what's the trade to be had? The only one I would say would be SGMT and that crack back on down for more under 715. Other than that, it's kind of sit back and wait. All right. Yeah, I saw Amazon, baby. Yeah, I saw that. Don't you worry, I saw that, Jay Webb. Thanks for letting me know, though, again, how well Amazon's doing. Over on my Roth IRA, baby. Oh, let me get off Wi-Fi, too, by the way. On my I wonder if my E-Trade Pro, does anyone have E-Trade Pro? And if so, does it still pull up? Because that's all I have on my Mac over on in my other office. I have not pulled up. All right, if you need to as well, refresh the screen, refresh your page. I am now off of Wi-Fi, and so I should be fast and rolling. And then the bottom right-hand corner, too, team, as well. If you ever have issues and I don't look pretty, click that right there and make sure you go up to 1080p, because sometimes it'll just be stuck at 480, and that's why the screen's maybe not so clear. So click this little gear icon and make sure you're up at 1080p, okay? Oh, is this the last? Oh, man. Oh, come on, Amazon. Don't be doing me like that. Don't be doing me like that. It just ran up to high of day and fell right back on down fast, baby. It's all good. So, hey, just the fact it is where it is right now, I am in heaven. Love it. Pretty much almost right where I said it would be at this point in the journey back in 22 and 23. SPY, and then we'll go Apple, AMD, ARM, App, although I'm probably going to leave Apple alone today, CAR, Goog, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR, NVDA, PLTR, we'll look at it, although, yeah, no, not looking at that. Okay, anyway, Tesla, so let's go to the S&DK. It's funny, these are in here from yesterday, because I did the, if you guys watch, I don't know if you guys watch what I put out and send to you guys on the morning alerts, the live stream. Your top 10 tickers at all-time highs. Because they are barn burning right now. I'm still kicking my ass. So it's all good, brother. Because were you around then, J-Web? I can't remember. That's like right when you may have first started, it seems like. I can't remember. But I just remember obviously in 22 and 23. And it's awesome. Someone, even when the AMD, like someone emailed me, like I said on last week about the AMD and said, man, I'm stealing from AMD last year. I'm like, man, it's so awesome to see people in these levels. And this was like back in the day when I was like, man, because I was like, this is what you got to get into. You've got to be able to invest and get into these plays. But yeah, I remember telling everybody in 22, all of 22 and the early 23, it was beautiful. Man, that was so pretty. Now everything's so volatile and violent, and you got the president making it even worse, and Jiminy Crickets out there. I mean, it's gonna be crazy Wednesday and after hours. Let's do this. Let's go, Carlo. Gotcha. Cool. Both the two plays I should have held long term. I had US Steel and all there. Yeah. Then when COVID, it sold for a couple there. Yeah, both. Yeah. Some of the thing. Let's see. I had 2,000 shit move. Oh my gosh, chickened out. That's why you need AK around. I tell you guys to hold all the time. When you get something, guys. It just takes you guys a while. And I've already gotten there in my brain, right? And it just transforming and all this shit. But when you see me in my plays, like when I get these crazy good entries, like car on Thursday, and it just keeps going and going. Sell some. Sell most. But gotta hold some. Like me, even right now with Amazon, I've sold most. I'm down to 123 shares. I had 1,000. Would you think I still wish I had 1,000 shares? Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know what's going to happen. So now I'm in such a great position. Obviously, with Amazon, do you think I'm going to sell any more shares ever? I mean, if I need to, but now that's just like a new savings account, right? So you got to think of it that way. And be like, I need extra savings accounts. Like, how long can I hold this and then keep this in savings, right? And then maybe gets to a point where it literally truly becomes savings, like a Roth IRA type of thing where you don't ever touch it. You're just like, see ya. I'll come get you if I need you. I hope I never need you. And then maybe one day I'm doing so good, I come to get you, It's not because I need you. It's because I want to get my badass Ferrari. Because now that's Ferrari money. Now that's a Porsche money. See, I'd been paper trading for months with you and Deck before. I gotcha. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, pre-split, yeah. See, I got in right after the split, so that's what I waited for because I'd seen what Tesla was. I see all these plays that were splitting, and what they do, they'd split, they pull back, and then they go up and they come back down. So it's like I was getting the bounce. I wait for them to show me where the bounce was, and for Amazon, I already called the area out, and it came down to 100, and I got filled at 104, something like that, and went up. And then I was like, I'm right. It's coming back down again. I'm like, it's going to come right to my levels. And it came truly. It didn't come as far down as I wanted it to, but it came down in the high 80s, I want to say, in 2023. Right? Very into 22, very beginning of 23. And it was hitting me. I was getting filled. And then ended up having a 93 average. Oh, man. Yeah. It was, but yeah, that's, and then now you just sit back and just let it ride. Let her ride. You got to sell. You got to take some profit. You got to pay yourself. But yeah, it's definitely, man. And so that was my first one, and that starts to open the doors and the eyes to go, you can do this. This is possible. All right, just been chatting it up with the live stream. Over to SPY here in some beautiful large cap plays. Hopefully you watched that last night. Those plays are still all on watch, and of course gave you some key levels yesterday already on SanDisk, Micron, and etc. Today on the way down, SPY's really trying to build some old, almost on the old resistance support area. It's just above it. And so this area is going to be key from not only 1230, 40 area, up to around 1270 where I see support from Friday into pre-market. So even a lot of support at 713 even that I see from Friday where a lot of candles in the 15-minute time frame are soaking up to that area and not really even getting down into the 12s. So we know 1240 to 13 strong support. Well, if we crack that, that's where we're going to head down to somewhere right around the last Tuesday's high, right around the high, almost in the close, at least right at the end of the bell on Wednesday at 711.25. I'm going to go with that as my normal low of day, and I'm just going to say we have a chance to hold, yes, old resistance to support at the 12s, but I just say we're just too close to it. I just don't see how we wouldn't crack it. I don't think we go down that far, though, and that's why I'm going with 1125 area. If we crack 1125, we head down to somewhere right around 1065, under 1065 area. We head down to somewhere right around the 709.40 to 709.10, the low from Friday. I'll go ultimate lows there. On the way up today, 714.50 resistance. Over that, we head up to the highs from Sunday, which I gave you before we hit new all-time high there. Or at least I know it's not in market, at least yet. But I talked about that in that weekly preview on SPY and all the others of hitting new all-time high here, possibly Sunday into Monday in pre-market. We did it on Sunday. So 715.40 is your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for move up to 1650 to 17 for your ultimate high of day. I just don't see that I don't think we have a barn burner Monday. I just don't think it happens. I think we kind of have a choppier Monday. Come on. Apple stock, main thing, 275, 274.50 tops. Bottoms, we kind of hit it. We got to watch that 265.40 crack. If we crack that 65.40 area, which is last Tuesday's low, we go down to 64.35. Under that, then down to 63.20, and ultimately could head down to 62.50 to 62. AMD, of course, up at all-time highs. This could also get choppier, too, as well. Kind of got that triple top going on right at around the 350, we'll call it 353.50 to 355 mark. Of course, I know we hit 57 on Sunday, and I think everything hit that all-time high area, or at least the ones I was speaking of. I'm going to call that normal high of day. The high, and it's not quite there on Friday, but the high from pre-market, I'll call it right around 55. Right around 355, normal high of day. Ultimate high soaks back into 357. Blows through it and goes to 360 for ultimate highs. On the way down, 345 is going to be some strong support. Now, right here where we just bounced off of pre-market low, that's that bounce on Friday and power hour. Right at it, right? Under 345, this has some short potential. Down to 42.50 we go. Then down to 40. Normal low of day at 340. Ultimate lows goes down to the low from Friday at 335.65 area to 335. 334, I should say. So 335 to 334.65. If we crack 34.65, this could soak straight down to 330. If we crack 330, I would have a line in at 26.50 or so. Amazon, not really a big fan of this right here today. This action in pre-market, looking to squeeze the all-time high. Boom, does, then right over Sunday's high, then back down she comes. That's going to be your normal high of day, right around 66.70 to 67. You know, right around, essentially, we'll just call it 267. Normal high of day. Ultimate high of day runs up to 270. Support down below, we've got to hold that bounce we just had earlier in pre-market at 62.50. If we crack it, we're heading down to 61.75 to 61.50. Under 61.50, which I'll call normal low of day. Watch for a crack down to 60.35. And under that, we head down to 59.40. 59.40 ultimate low of day. If we crack that, we would head down to the highs from Thursday of last week, right around 58.75. App, leave it alone. Car already cracking back on down. I have this for down more today. Watch for this to soak down to the 170 first to begin with, then to 150 area. Car I have down and finally leveling out from the breakout zone in that area. Down at around 150. Could go a tad lower. Google here trying to squeeze back on up. Google trying to squeeze back on up to all-time highs. Yeah, I thought it was 350 was all-time high. I would say watch for a squeeze up over pre-market high today to 346.25. I'm going to go there. Normal high of day, ultimate high of day goes to 350 to 350.65, which is your all-time high price level. On the way back down today, we are building actually up a trend line from the bounce right before, right at power hour from Friday through pre-market and Sunday. My trend line's at 42.60. If we crack it, we're heading down to 41.75 to 42. Pre-market low, normal low of day, right around 342 to 341.80, we'll call it. Under 41.80, watch for a crack back down to 40. Gee golly, so I'll go 41. We'll go 41. Under 341 to 340.85, we crack back down to 340 to 339.75. And I'm going to say this play gets kind of caught up in a 5 up, 5 down today, and I'll go there for ultimate low of day. Somewhere right off of Thursday's highs, maybe a little bit lower. I think Meta we can leave alone today. Just to kind of, yeah, we're still chopping. Meta still chopping right into my line on Friday, and of course here on Sunday, that 680 marks key. Back on down we go today. I have a line at 670, 668, 666. 666 would be my normal low of day. Ultimate low of day would head down to 662.75. On the way back on up, resistance at 72.75, 74.50 to 75, and over that, which will be my normal high of day. Watch for move up into Friday's high, right around 680. I snuck it in. Okay, Microsoft stuck. MSTR. Microsoft, not a fan of it, but MSTR also in a downtrend. The only thing I would say is it's in a downtrend. My downtrend line would be right at around 176. Why back over that? Watch for move to 178. And over 178, we head to last Thursday's high of 181 area. On the way down today, major support's going to be right there on Friday's lows, right around 169.50. If we crack it, got a good short, heading on down to 166.50-ish area to 167. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low goes down to last Tuesday's low, right around 164. NVIDIA up at this all-time high area, back down below. 208 support is key. 207.80 to 208. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then heads back down to Friday, or to not Friday's, well, Thursday's high of day, I should say, somewhere right around 203.50 to 204. On the way up, strong resistance coming in hot, right around 210. Over 210, we have resistance at 210.50 to 211. And then you'll see the 212 resistance up top. 212 normal high of day, ultimate high of day. If I'm not mistaken, this is up 212. Yeah, 212.20 is all-time high, which was last year, but still since we were right at it. So watch for an all-time high break to 213.50 today. Ultimate high of day there. Maybe a touch of 214. All right, let's continue to plays that are at all-time highs and go to Qs. That's right. Q. On the way down today, major support in at 6250-ish area. If we crack 6250, we head down to 6075. Under 6075, watch for a move down to 60. One will make it 5960. Under 5960, we crack back good, Jerry, and we head back down to 657.60. To the low from that's the higher end, but the low from Friday, the high from Thursday, right around, we'll call it 657.50 to 657. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day would be just a nasty sell-off in the market. Watch it for a move back on down somewhere around 654. On the way up today, resistance coming in, building a little bit of a head and shoulders right now. Shoulders area, the one resistance area for the shoulder would be right around the left shoulder, would be 664-ish. The right shoulder is like broken and kind of ghostly, kind of with that little, it's kind of more of an uptrend look to it. You can see the fail in pre-market at 665.60. Over that, we head to 666.60 in Sunday's high. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high to new all-time highs to 668.75. And lastly here, the Tesla trade, which I would probably say leave alone. Actually, it's cracking back under, and that's why it's getting some good short. We're cracking a really tight wedge. I would have had a trend line up this morning to around 7. Off of Thursday's lows through Friday's lows into pre-market, taking into somewhere right around 774.50 area. Cracked that huge sell-off this morning, and where are we heading down to? Well, we're trying to hold right now. Do we go a little bit lower? We did, I think. So 367 is the low this morning. So we did sweep back below the low from Thursday, which is 668.50. So we cracked back through that trend line and fell through the low from Friday and Thursday. Trying to hold 667, which is pretty much the high from a few Tuesdays ago. If we crack through 667, watch for a move down to 663. So what I'll say is 667, normal low of day, because we're sweeping off of it very hard back up to 670. Ultimate low of day goes down to 663 to 662.50, or 363 to 362.50. My bad, team. On the way up today, 370 is going to be strong resistance over 370, which is pretty much the low from Friday. Watch for a move into 372 to 372.50. Over that, we head back to that trend line crack right around 374 to 374.50 area. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day pushes back into Sunday's high, and it'll be a good squeeze from that 374.50 to 375 mark up to 377.50. Today, I'd sit back and wait. I don't think there was really anything at the bell because of the pullbacks we had. We had maybe the possible potential to squeeze and go for more on these plays, but we have had pullbacks. So now I'd be waiting for levels to get hit. Double bottoms, double tops. Big reversals there, like Amazon just nailed 67.30. Watch for a move back into 67.30. Watch for a bounce to be had, and watch for double bottoms to be created. Right now, there was nothing at the bell for large caps that I would say go trade. Trade the levels. Small caps just where I left them. No one has the mob at the bell here. We do have EOPW, as I did talk about there, off that trend line this morning. It did hold, and we will squeeze new high of day, but reversing back does not have the mob. Orca did crack the trend line channel I had. We did have Yas move back up to 150 area in that pre-market high, but it is now reversing off of it. I'd say if we have one ticker trying to take the mob right now, it's YAAS, Yas. Other than that, sit back, wait. I don't see anything new that's hitting the scanners that new traders or traders that are talking about. So we'll sit back on our hands here and wait. See if we get something new to pop up today. Oh, man, oh, freaking mano. All right, boom, shakalaka. Oh, all right, so EOPW starting to take the mob here. So EOPW, SG, wow, I should say, Yas, look at that big reversal off a pre-market high area. Woozy, wowzy, wheezy, woozy. So I'm going to go EOPW over here. USEC just not giving us anything right now as far as good trades or setups, at least in my opinion, it's not. CYCU just dumping it down. SGMT, there's a potential there. So GLND trend line crack did pop back up, cracked another micro trend line right there at the bell. Down she goes for more. So we'll go SGMT here. We'll go GL because that is starting to pop up a little bit right there, as you can see. GLND right over here. All the companies do, Aussie. They put in the paperwork. Now, if you're talking about like reverse splits, Same thing for price splits when it comes to like Teslas of the world and Amazons. They just get to a point where they're like, you got to think about when, like, let's just say Tesla or Amazon or any of these companies get to $1,000, right? I mean, who's going to want to invest in the Amazon anymore at $1,000? Or who, my point being, I should say, who can afford to? I couldn't. Your normal retail trader can't. And so what they do is a price split, right? That's just like I was saying about car. We were talking about it like last Tuesday when it was still up. And we said something about the lines of not shorting it and like, sure, yes, 6 months from now it's not going to be at 700, but who's to say it doesn't run to 1500 before finally cracking, coming back down? We don't know where the top's going to be. And so, sure, if you can take that and just keep averaging as it keeps going up, and you have that $1 million+ account, and you can just take the hit as it keeps going up. Because he was saying, yeah, come summer, come August, you think this play's going to be still at 700? There's no way, no how. And I was like, and even at that point, I said, that I chimed in off what Michael Noss was saying. I said, well, even at that point, Noss, it's just say if it is, let's just say somehow come June, July, it's still, don't you think they'd probably do a price split, at that point? And he's like, yeah, that's because they're like, oh, shit. So, yeah, it's just the company does it. They have to put the filings out and all that shit. They have to get approved by the SEC and all that bullshit. So it's not like it's just an overnight. All right, cool. You got it done. Sweet. We're doing it tomorrow, guys. Price split. Who's ready? You ready? We're going to let the whole fucking world know. We're going to freak them out. Next thing you know, they're going to pull their charts up. We're going to be, what are we going to do? 10 for 1? 50 for 1? That's how it feels in the small cap sector. Because you're usually not looking at those stocks all day long, all day, every day. Very few and far between are we looking at the same ticker to go, oh, wow, they just had a price split. It happens here and there. God, what one are we just... not SMCI, what did I did? ELPW. This one just had a price split. So we were looking at it back here, if you remember, when I traded this. It went from 50 cents. It shows 28.75 essentially now, right? Going to 1,200 in one day. I mean, essentially, that's the move it made, which is crazy to think. Going from 50 cents to 15 was like this ticker after the price split going from 28. What was the low? Open 32. So what's the low? 30. Okay, so what's that 32? Going from 32 to 12.20. Imagine a stock one day going from 30 doing that. But that's what the ticker. That's the percentage gains. Essentially when it went from 50 cents to 15. So it'll happen from time to time where we're looking at a ticker and we're going, oh shit, it just had a price split. Are you kidding me? There was another one of these that just had a price split and it's blowing. Ooh, SMX. SMX is another one. So SMX, we were looking at this back in, this is what's nuts. So we're looking at SMX back in Thanksgiving, right? The day before and the day after. You can see the 26th, the 28th, the 27th was Thanksgiving. The stock wasn't at 26 and going to 315. I have to go back and look at the charts. It went from like 10 to 50. I forgot what it went to. 10 to 50, and then finally it went to like one. I don't know. What's something like. And it definitely didn't go to no 2,400. You remember that? It didn't do. So we get my point. I forgot somewhere because it had another spike in January. I think it was after the January one. It did a price split. So somewhere in here. And look at this now. Still back down into the 180s because no one gives a shit about any of these small cap tickers. No one. So we have Yas taking the mob, as I just said on the morning alert. So Yas, beautiful reversal off that mark, coming back down. I would have liked like 125. It barely got to the 130 mark there. So this was a gorgeous bounce play on Yas there, team. So Yas, bounce play now. If this can go up high enough, we can see reversals today. We'll take the one in market, 155. We'll call it to 130. So about essentially somewhere right around the 25 to 30 cent mark. So we need this play to take a bounce play off the 150-55 mark. We have to have this play at minimum go to 180. 180 for Yas. ELPW, not really taking the mob. Yas does. Price splits, but it's the same thing. Reverse splits are usually, of course, sorry. Cat's been sitting on my lap and just can't take it anymore. I'm like, I need to move. I need to be able to move around. I'm like sitting still. They're essentially the same thing, but yes, I would say if you had to determine what's better, a price split or reverse split, usually reverse splits because, you're trying to, it's usually, not a good reason you're doing it. Most of the time. Price splits, generally just because, hey, the company wants to, And a lot of the time too, like SMCIs of the world, they try to do it ahead of time when they're like up so high, they're maybe overvalued, or then in the end, besides even maybe being overvalued, they're just overpriced for too many retail traders to trade anymore. And you'll just never see, and that's why you still haven't. I mean, that's why NVDA would not have price split if they didn't want to. If they wouldn't be like, I want to be a $3,000, $5,000 company. They don't want to be that, because then I can't invest into it. You can't invest into it. You know, us normal people can't get a hand on that. We can do options, but they don't want options. They want you to actually truly invest in their company with shares. All right, so we'll see if this 150 area holds its support. I will say if we maybe hopefully channel up, this would be another sexy bounce play back around 125, 130 at this point. It kind of is off the trend line too. If you really want to put a trend line in, you could. It's a micro guy, but that would be the bounce area right now. Kind of like ELPW has that same look. The trend lines has a little more steepness to it. We are building a nice bull flag here for SGMT. So again, if you like short in the top, 875, orders into 9. That's all right there for you. I'm not a big fan of short in the top, but that is definitely looking pretty sexy as the upper and lower VWAP band have tightened up. Most likely going to channel up into that area. Zoom in a little bit more from the SPY. Not quite here at breakout. Well, yeah, we are breakout point. This is it. Okay, so yeah, 1450 to 15 is breakout point. So SPY here at some strong resistance. Let's see if we channel up, create some tops and bottoms, where we blow through here and make new all-time high, at least in market, because I think in market is right there on Friday's high, 1450. So anything over that would be in market all-time high. From other tickers this morning, not seeing a lot as far as Okra. I want to call it Okra so bad, but Orca not doing a lot. USEG not doing a lot. CYCU, what did Encode do this morning? Did Poet reverse back up? No, Poet didn't do a lot. I was looking at Poet a little bit this morning. Encode did crack back down. Again, not a lot from it being a super small float. That fucking sucks. SGMT, quick little pop. Nothing really crazy there. SGMT for that short. Yeah, I figured both of that would be all over your cup of tea. Your tea for your cup to get it hot. We are holding the 150 mark. Not getting a lot of bounce, and I'm just trying to show you guys kind of why I get the bounces where I get them from. I know you guys, why lower, Josh? I get that so often. Why lower? Because you want move. You want profitability zone. It's built none for you. You're trapped right now. You are trapped. This is why I wouldn't take this bounce play. Yes, still could have bull flag, hit off of it, and go to new highs. True. Very rarely, though. You know, most times it's going to crack this, come back on down. Get a better bounce. You always will get better bounce plays lower. I just promise you that. Now, again, bullish plays true. Yes, you'll get them on those areas. But if this was going to be that bullish play, it would have run to 180, 185. Channel did what it's doing here. Up right above 180. Like this would be 180. This would be 185. This would, you know what I'm saying? So this would be building a bull flag essentially up here. This flag, the bottom of it would be right here. And we'd be doing this. Choo, 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 choo. So then we come down real quick. Boom. Off of this area right here, and then we go back up to that flag. Well, if we bounce here, we're at the flag. We're bouncing on the flag, essentially. You don't want to do that. It's not going to lead to a lot of good profit most of the time. CHSN, if y'all remember that play from Friday, all the way down to 7-8 cents. What a nasty play that was. CYCU just dumping down for more. Not really a lot of movement there. Same with GLND. Basement movers right now. So we'll back burner them. And there's a little bit more liquidation sweep down. You know, that helps out for a little bit better of a bouncer possibly. But you could still even see what I'm talking about while the bounce is just not here. The bounce, if we have one today so far, 125 to 130 area for YAS. And then over here on SGMT at 715 area. And what are we seeing? Mob shift. Right at the bell, ELPW has it. Afterward, YAS has it. After YAS gets it, now it's starting to lose it a little bit. SGMT starting to get a little spice and run into new highs in market here. SPY, nasty reversal off of that 714.50 mark high from Friday pre-market high. Nasty, nasty, nasty sauce. Tesla down for more this morning too out of the gate. So Tesla's short was pretty good there. AMD was a good short there. J Webb mentioned that one. I think it was J Webb that you just mentioned that. Yeah, it was a good short at the bell. PLTR skyrocket at the bell. So, it's what happens. You'll get these random days out of nowhere. Yeah, there's no news on this at the bell. I was like, is there news at the bell? Palantir at the bell is doing nothing. Rather flat, heading in a downtrend, then squeezes up literally 4 points. Right at the bell. Whammy. Well, right before the bell, essentially, it started the move. But anyway. You'll get that from time to time. Like Meta does that. Meta kind of did it again today. Meta kind of did that again today, actually. So like, let me go to Meta because Meta loves to do that shit. Microsoft, big pullback right before the bell. I think it was for some, price adjustment news possibly is the only thing I'm seeing this morning right before the bell for that to happen. And that's about it. So we got big move up from PLTR and Meta and PLTR, and then AMD really good short there out at the bell. So those are some decent moves, at least out of the gate for large caps. Everything else rather range bound. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh. All right, got a one-on-one at the top of the hour. Did one a little bit earlier this week. To help some traders out. There's not a lot of good trades out there right now either, which really is helping. The 150 bounce is holding. Now again, depends on where you averaged in at, because you probably, if you did try to average in here, your average is probably no better than 152, right? Well, on TTP, at least until the rule changes, well, we can't even take profit yet. It's like it's a no trade. Now, if you're a scalper and you go in 5,000, 10,000 shares, mega scalper, boom, there's your quick little profit. Quick little $500, quick little $1,000 move. Major reversal from SPY. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Huge, nasty reversal. But just the one-on-one this morning. I got one this afternoon. Again, I've been trying to, because I've got so much going on with Trade the Pool. Been blocking some time off. Next Monday, no one-on-ones. Next Tuesday, no one-on-ones either as well. Maybe taking a lot. I may take some days off next week, depending on how slow the market is. Just letting you guys know, I may take a couple days off next week. And I may also, being that this is a morning private stream on a Monday. Oh wow, there's the 150 working out now. Okay, so that's good. At least we know old resistance, new support. Now I wish this play could run to 190 into 2, because then we could take the 170 the bounce. Let's not fail and come back down though. Or if this kind of holds up for a little bit, then we know we can come off this 150 area again. Maybe put in orders a little bit lower. I still like for the day, 125, 130. I love this area as of now. This is going to be a slower mover. It looks like this is going to be a slower day as I called for, okay? No, J Webb. Truly taking days off to sleep and just relax, because I have been offered a role by Trade the Pool. I know I jokingly said, like a few weeks ago, I rolled right into WNBA. I'm like, that'd be dope. It depends on how much they'd pay me. But to be like a broadcaster, because WNBA now, do you see how much the WNBA players are making? They're making bank. They're making millions now. So good for them that they're making more, and they redid the deals, yada, yada, yada. Those broadcasters got to be making, I'm thinking like 150K, 200K a year, maybe 100. I don't know. I don't know though. I mean, that may be a little too high for you. I mean, like the players are making more. I don't know if that'd be enough to pull me away, though. It'd be right. They'd have to offer the right amount. But Trade the Pool has offered me a role, and it would be, I think, and especially me here recently, of really concentrating on my one-on-ones when I'm doing them, not doing as many of them throughout the weaker days, taking a lot of days off, which is good. So I'm not just overkilling myself with doing one-on-ones. Like I said, it's definitely a role I would like to take on, but essentially it's their YouTube manager page. So like I would manage their YouTube stuff. What goes on while we're doing what we're doing. Like even like today was a good example. Like we're not doing the after hours earnings, and I'm like, why aren't we doing today? We're focusing on blah 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 blah. Essentially we're focusing on the good tickers. Essentially is all I got out of it. And I'm like, well then why do we ever cover small caps with a wink face? Carlos said, good point, touche. I'm like, yeah, well, what's the point of covering me even doing small caps then? Because every single one of these companies are trash. Let's just take, for instance, the AREB, the AREB, the American Rebel Beer. Okay, like they're now delisted essentially, or whatever, T12, like whatever. Like, come on. Anyway, and I was like, in slow days, you guys would all admit no, especially the newer traders like Aussie chicks of the world. You guys appreciate and love slower days like today. You hate when I'm like, oh, here, Joe, oh, this is, oh, God, what are we missing? We hate those days because we're just like, we like it when, and so like Wednesday, I was like, so for example, today's a great day for Steve to stream live because he actually has plans on these tickers. They're not going to be mega big movers. Traders can sit back and watch Steve break down what he's wanting to trade in after hours. Versus Wednesday, we have everything. We have Google, Amazon, AMD, Meta, Microsoft. I don't know, we got like freaking everything on Wednesday. We have a lot. We have like 4 or 5. It's probably the biggest, most, and he said the same thing. Steve said the same thing. I've never seen this many on one day. To where I'm like, we're not gonna be able to keep up, and neither will the traders. It's not gonna be. We can't even. It's like, what's the so? And that's what I'm kind of like. I just have that brain for this. Like, yes, I have a personality. Like, they're now doing, like, a Sunday report, and they send, like, what is, I'll just go to it. What's this little thing that they're sending? Like, the producer sends, like, a Sunday recap or whatever it is. Hey, guys, I'm having a good weekend as we're starting the new week. Here's a weekly review for last week. And he goes through each person and, what to maybe do this or do that. And everything's usually positive, right? But all of them are multiple sentences. Mine is, I have nothing for you. You're a pipe bomber and a great entertainer. Keep that energy up. Like, well, God, I was literally anyway, I was going to say a little TMI, but anyway. It's like I was in the bathroom earlier reading. Anyway, I'm like, that's awesome. But yeah, okay, got it. This is what I was born to do, right? Talk, entertain, whatever. Get that. Put me in front of a microphone or a camera. Here goes Josh. But that's the other side. I know this, like, luckily because of my dad and I know the business. Like, I was just thinking, like, no, I was just thinking, like, it hit my brain when they offered me this. So they offered me this on Thursday, and I thought about it, and then of course the pay is pretty good. We'll get to the specifics of things, but it's definitely good to where I'm like, hey, if I can do this in the time that I have free, which I should be able to, like, gee golly, are you kidding me? It's essentially like the income almost Avery was making, essentially, and I'm like, okay, wow, now. Avery definitely never has to get a job again at this point, really, right? This is like Avery having a job, and I'm doing, which is fine. I'm doing all the work, whatever. I don't care. I like that. Like, the more I see that, the more I'm like, she watches all those Real Housewives shows. I'm like, I kind of like this. Me being the bread maker, and she didn't do shit, and I'm like I like that, and you see those shows, and like the husband's like this, like, oh, he's financially well, and he's done great for himself. And I'm like, okay. But I was like, man, imagine when I get good at producing like this, to where like Trader TV, I get offered by like Trader, because because Trader TV has thousands and thousands of people watching them daily. I'm like, there's no way their producer or producers aren't making like $250,000 to $500,000 a year is what I'm thinking. I'm like, damn. Next thing you know, I'm like, I trade in the off time. I would obviously be done streaming. I wouldn't stream anymore if I did something like that big on my hands. I'd still do like morning alerts for you guys. I'll always do morning alerts. That's just too easy for me to do. All I have to do is pull up a chart, and it takes me, you can see, no 20-30 minutes, and I have those out. But there'll be days I probably have to miss. It's like, man, my brain was starting to think. I was like, man, that'd be dope. You've been having like, what? You're the producer for Trader TV? I'm like, yeah, I run that shit. That's that segment you came up with. I'm like, yeah. Oh man, love it. Coming to bike week, I love it. HTCO halted up. All right, so let's go to HTCO. LPW is not doing much. SPY, holy roller coaster today. Y'all ready, team? Like, that is all over the place. Real quickly here, I want to look at it on this side first before I pull it up on the big guy here. We're going to go to HTCO. Ooh, okay, HTCO. No news on it. We'll go. No news on it. We're going to move YAS back down here. We're going to move HCTO here. HTCO here. Did have a nice good gap up. You can see here what we got, 1550 or so to 1680-ish or so. We'll move ELPW. USEG is trying to pop here. So USEG, for you slow and steady eddy traders, essentially the same bounce area as YAS, right around the 125, 130 area. So if you're looking for a bounce play today, I've got two at the same price. 125, 130 for YAS, and USEG at the same price. Both slower movers. Are you not to detain? Josh throws a sword into the gladiator. Right. Oh man. Well, then there's that. Well, I mean, there's good entertainment on my streams now. As far as trades, you get them here and there. I mean, nothing like, trust me, in the past where, like I said, 2020 to 2021 was great. And then definitely we all know, I can't help but bring it up, but yeah, there was a 23 to 24, a good, it felt like a year and a half. I mean, it's crazy how time flies by because it seems so much longer of a time period then. Because now I look back and I'm like, we're in 26. Like, wow, this is crazy. But that 23 to 24 stretch where it was like I wanted to put that GIF in my lobby on Tradecaster all the time. Whether it was my alerts and it was just like boof, 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 boof. And I'm like, boom, there goes 4 fucking money trades. Hope you got them all. And you have, I mean, I can't remember. It was not a lot, but how many times? Enough times, which was quite a few, but streaming where they couldn't keep up. Like, man, I couldn't keep up with you. Like, whether I was on a 1-1 later today or whatever. It was my live stream at lunch or someone just alerting that, like, man, I can't even keep up with you this morning. You're killing it. This is crazy. How are you doing this? I missed that. I can't wait for that shit to come back. We are to okay. I don't know why that felt like that went live. Let's go over to Zendu. Yeah, I want to put that in, that GIF, and I'm sure I did a few times. Are you not entertained?
LASE.
Killing it. All right, so we have FGI halted too as well. So I keep wanting to say Okra so bad. Orca down nothing. Orca down nothing. I've seen FGI pop in the past. This play is halted down. FGI is halted down. Oh well, it's looking like a play we've looked in the past where we're getting crazy halts down and gaps up. We've seen that before. So I'll just put an eye out on that one. HTCO 1978 is what it says for resumption. 1978 for HTCO. Time shows 59:24. So right in about 2 minutes from right now. Let's get that finally pulled up here. Finally got Trade the Pool pulled up. Haven't seen anything I wanted to trade today, so I kind of on HTC or HTCO. I mean, another massive gap up. If it runs into another halt up, I would probably trade the halt down though, because I've missed this one, and this is the one I typically try to trade, the one we're in now. So I do have market depth pulled up for entry. I'm gonna go 500 shares if I trade this. So I do have market depth pulled up. I'm gonna pull it to H. I've done this before though, where I put in a different order for a different ticker. Thank God it was for a limit order. So I forgot what it was in the last couple of weeks, guys. It was like this, slower kind of day. Had a former ticker up that we weren't looking at anymore. There's a hair in my mouth. Anyway, it was a ticker we were looking at the day before. Well, we're looking at a new ticker. And I was going to put in bounce orders, and I go in to put bounce orders, and I go back later to, okay, well, I want to get ready to scale out. And I went to my market depth order thing here to like scale out, right? I'm like, okay, got to get ready to scale out. I was like, oh shit, I put orders in on the wrong ticker. And I had to go to that ticker, cancel those orders. Thank gosh they weren't close to being filled. So we'll see what we get here, HTCO. First halt and resumption was 10 minutes. First one was 10 minutes. I would say be careful here, unless it's a quick squeeze over 850. We don't want to slowly see this build up Bothy. Bothy, if you're looking for the short up top, just remember that, right? We got the first fail already at 850, came back on down pretty relatively nicely. We've seen a couple, so we want to see the same thing we've seen. Quick up, then down. Quick up, then down. So over highs, over high, quick pop. So over high, we want to see a quick pop into that area. SPY back up to high of day. This is absolutely nuts. Up, down, up again here for the SPY. Nasty movement to start the day. We have HTCO possibly coming live here any moment now. Actually, we just passed through it. Just passed the We're going to a 10-minute halt most likely. Oh, yes, you would. Come on. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, if I was, y'all would want to see Trader TV. I'd say, hey, guys, forget it. I want to anyway. I mean, trust me. There's already a side of me, like I've said, I'm not kidding you. I bet it now that I'm still here longer than I wanted to be here because, damn it, I thought those houses would start getting built faster out in our neighborhood. There's still holes to be filled out there. A couple of houses haven't started yet. And then people are hitting me up wanting to buy my lots. I'm like, no, I'm waiting for these other motherfuckers to start. Anyway, I got to get over to my one-on-one right now. But yeah, there will be a day definitely where I am done. It's my point being probably when the house is built. I would say when the house is built, I will say, guys, if I have a dual stream Friday, on Friday I'm doing it. Otherwise, I'm taking Fridays off for a minute. May take on slower months like this month, or when it gets slower times, I'm taking Mondays off so I can have, regardless, a 5-day weekend or a 4-day weekend, I should say. So taking some Fridays off and then like coincide that with taking the Monday off. So I'd be going Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday live with you guys. So that definitely, and then getting to that, at least to that when the new house is built for 100% sure. Like over the last month or two, like February through now, this will be that time where I'd be taking, a lot of Mondays, and obviously we are gotten some Mondays and Fridays off, but then I would have said, hey guys, we're off Monday for, President's Day, watching whatever B-Day or MLK Day. I'm gonna take Friday off too. I'm taking Friday off. Just to kind of, Easter we're off on Good Friday. I'm gonna take Monday off too. That kind of stuff. Does halt time count towards? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You're good to go. That's another reason why I like the halts on Trade the Pool. It's like, just get into a halt. As long as it gaps up, it's free money. That's why, I kept talking about that as my strategy. It's free money. It's always like that, back in the day for, think or swim, but it's like that for Trade the Pool. So yeah, if you get a good move and a good gap up, which you're getting one here, it's showing 1978. So it's still showing 1978. Oh my bad. I do have it on. Let me put it on live. It's still at 1978. So your money, you're good. Yeah. So what I would do, Max, is to always take usually half right out of the gate. And then what you'd want to see is what you saw here. Quick sweep down, move back on up. Don't get rid of all of it, man. This play could run into another halt up, and then you're going to probably see another small gap up, and then you're going to wish you still had some shares available. So take half, and then from there, try to be fast like me. So say if you have 100 shares long, get 50 ready to trigger right away as soon as it goes live. Then put in 25. So in case if it does start dumping, it looks like it's going to halt down, you can double tap it and boom, you're out, right? 225 clicks, you're out. Or if it races up, it's about to halt up again, take 25 more. At high of day, it looks like it's about to halt up. Don't know if you're going to get a fake halt up, and then eventually, and then it reverses, or you may get one of those. So my strategy, if I were you, 50 right out of the gate. Take half out of the gate. Then get that down to where you can take half and half. In case it does go against you, you can boom, and you're out. Or if it does go in your favor, as soon as it looks like it's going into another halt up, and boom, it's hitting 2020, it's about to halt up, take half of that. So now you're left with 25 shares, right? And then when you get, then that looks like it's going to gap up, and then as soon as that goes live, take like 10. And then you have 15 shares left and get out like 5 at a time. So you're like 5 shares left. Maybe it's still running in your favor, and then you could scale out 5 shares one at a time. That's kind of how I'd play it. Got it? Get it? Got it good? Lost boys, lost girls. GL&D trend line cracked nothing but dumpage since then after the opening bell. USEG at bounce area, not a fan of it. I'm really not a fan of Yas anymore. Honestly, it's not a bad, slow, and steady play. We are dying off hard today, team. HTCO is about the only one that can save us. So let's see if we get a big gap up here again. We're looking like we're going to get one in 1978. The plan for me to trade this would be, and for us, and it would go in Max's favor for at least the time being, would be we get a gap up bigger than we're showing. We get a gap up to like 20. Barely pulls back, races us to another halt up. Gaps up again like $3. Now we're at like 24. We sell off hard from 24. Max gets out of everything. Now we're running to a halt down. We're at 22, 22.50, screaming down huge red candle, about to halt down. I'm getting in on that short. Bigger gaps up I want to see. I want to see another halt up into maybe even one more halt up with massive gap ups. Then that first halt down, we're going to get a huge gap down and could see a huge sell-off. That's the way I want to trade this. Be back at the top of the hour as soon as the one-on-one's done. Okay, team? Sit back. Patience. Slower day-to-day. Just is what it is. Yes! Yes! Max! Yay! Here you go, Max! Max, perfect! Don't be all out, Max. Do not be all out. Do not be all out, Max. Do not. Do not be all out, okay? Hopefully you got that. Hopefully you're still in a little bit here, Max. Oh, you're killing this trade now, Max. You're absolutely killing this trade now, bro. You got in where I wanted to get in. Now you're getting a bigger gap up than I anticipated, which we want to see. Now we're halted up yet again, showing 24.80. This is doing exactly what I wanted. This is doing exactly what I wanted. All right, so 24.80 is showing the gap up. Maybe it could be even bigger. The first halt down is the one I'm looking to trade. All right, so let's look to get. I'm looking to get in this on the first halt down. Now again, I am. Holy shit! There you go, Max. Love it. There you go. So Max, as soon as this goes live, be out all but like 10. What I don't know how you went in, but I'd say 10%. All but 10 to 15%. Being very small. As soon as this goes live, try to get out all but 10 to 15%. Have that ready to get out to that because you're killing it so far. And then your stop loss is going to be where we opened up at right here because you're still so far in the green. Because what this could do is gap up, halt down, and I get a huge gap down, and I get free money, but it may still bounce and try to move. It may. And so be out most because this is a 1, 2, 3 now halts up, massive move. I'm so happy for you, bud, that you caught that. You can see why I always try to again. If I see a big gap up from halt up number 1 to number 2, and this flies straight up this far into a halt number 2, we're about to halt up again, I'm getting in. Because minimum, this just halted up over, it was over $1, gapped up, I should say. I'm going to get half of that. So in my opinion, we're probably going to open up at 19, maybe a little higher. That's free 50, 60, 70 cents. I'll take that. Why wouldn't you? Who wouldn't? And then it may do this, run into it. Boom. Max, you played this exactly the way I want to trade every single halt play. All right. Got to get to my one-on-one now. Let me unplug it. Maybe that was the deal. Properties, boom, default, check me, Mike, checkmate, check, Mike, checky, check. We cannot hear you. There we go. Start again. Sounds like you're a terrible I love when that happens, and I have no idea. Oh, man. All right, so. All right, so, in reverse. This piece of shit, essentially, HTCO never gave me what I wanted. Almost pulled the trigger here when it about halted down. It was at 22.97. It was an LULD, and it popped up. Hit it again at 22. Gave us a fake halt down, popped up. Then finally truly halted down at 22. So when it halted down, is what I was saying was, when it halted down right here, and when we got the gap down, I love this candle. It's like my halt strategy, right? For the shorts. For the long, gap up, try to get a lower shadow off where we halted up from and go. This is my halt strategy. We almost got it to the dot right here, to the T. Speaking of, look at that T. I love that. That's what I'm upside down T, a thumbtack. I love these upside down. You know, it's upside down T, a thumbtack. I call these because generally what you want to see is, and we'll get 80% plus of the time, is follow through. This runs and then runs into another halt down, and we get another massive. And essentially, what we did up, we do down. Finally, getting it here. We didn't. We immediately popped right back on up. And I was like, I was in the one-on-one. There were 3 times. I almost got into a trade. Here, and here. Each time said, nope. And it was right when I was about to get in, and then boom. As soon as I was about to get in, doing the countdown in my head, for the halt down, we'd immediately pop back on up green. No trade. No trade for HTCO for me today. I was so hoping, because I didn't think about this till I was in the one-on-one. God, Google. Car, Thursday, took it into liquidation, massive backside short. CHSN, Friday, got in here, massive backside gap down short. I was looking at the chops. I couldn't believe I almost had 3 in a row today. Could have been 3 days in a row. Oh, well. So now at this point, I just leave the play alone. I don't like it. A process of elimination, it's not giving me, like I was saying in the one-on-one, he was saying for the rest of the day, where we look at. Well, it's not giving us good breakouts anymore. Why? Because every new high we make of day, we see a reversal right away. So breakouts aren't good. Halt strategy, well, they're not working anymore. Bounce plays, where? I leave it alone. Backside move, when? Where? I leave it alone. SGMT, not a lot of good movement there. Otherwise, if it did crack back down, I like this 770, 760-ish area for a bounce, and 715 the most. You'd want it to crack the VWAP for a double top or triple top in short. So if you're looking to short the top again, you need it to crack the VWAP to come back on up. SPY, I was talking about there at the end, 712.30 line that I have in. Look how fucking money, baby. That is the forever line to hold in. If we crack that, we will head back down to the channel we came from. If we hold it, we'll still move up and see all-time highs today or later this week. Yas has been a 140 bounce machine. Was the last good, predictable setup. Bounce, go back up, close to high of day. We know the next bounce is at 140, and then right off of it, I can't tell you how sexy that is. Other than that, in small caps, it's dead. D-E-A-D. Dead. And there's the repetitions stations for you there. Andre, Daza, Bothy. Repeated, done. Repetition, translation, done. Trades for me today, nada, 0. Does it bother me? No. Why? I can go back to last Thursday and Friday, knowing that probably someday this week I'll have another one of those type of trades. A banger. That's all I care about. Are bounce plays really that great right now? Are we getting good breakouts and movement up in small caps? Not really. Not really at all. We are in the complete slowdown, and maybe gets worse with earnings fully taking shape this week. We have a lot of earnings plays to cover. Questions you guys have. I want to take a little break before I have my live stream over at TTP. Speaking of, trade the pool. Speaking of trade the pool. Got offered a position from those amazing peeps. Looking to possibly accept the position, being their YouTube producer, essentially manager, right? Manage, produce the content, what goes on it, why we're doing what we're doing, topics, adding, value to it, getting more guest speakers on, getting us on other platforms, getting us on Trader TV, getting us on all the people that I see streaming live, doing like what I call dual stream Fridays essentially, but doing that with them, right? So all these people that are live right now, getting in with them, like Trader TV. We got Wolf Trading that's always got a lot of people over on their live stream. I'm gonna find more. Top Step, get over on maybe do something with Top Step. We can do something with other prop firms, see what they think about that. They're always live right now. They've got 3,100 people watching. Just any way we can come across other traders. A lot of them are doing futures, I know. We got this guy Amit, whoever Amit is, Amit Kajik, whatever. He's got 6K watching right now. He's somewhere probably over. He's probably got a lot of worldwide traders, which would be good for us. Then you get people that I just see over there that are streaming live that have 100, 200, 300 people. Stock Jock's got about 50 to 100 people watching them some days. We've got Everyday Trader. He's got like 100 people watching them. Get those kind of people on that don't have a ton of followers that would love to join. So yeah, that kind of, it's gonna be fun though. I like it. Like the movement, the what's that movement? But the progression, so to speak, that Trade the Pool is making and trying to make. Any questions you guys have before I take a quick little break? You got it there, Daza. Good. Repeated it, Andre. Got it. Repeated it again. Small caps dead. Small caps snore. Small caps wow. Small caps Tarzan say small cap dead. Small cap not good. Small cap slow. Large caps that look good today. Let's go through these real quickly. Apple, no. AMD, good short at the bell, no. Google to all-time high. I do like Google today. Microsoft, nah. Meta, nah. NVIDIA, man. Tesla, man. It's not bad, but man. PLTR, it gets back at the bell, but it's still kind of like man after that. Car, oh, found one. It really more dead today. More of a man. App and Google, pretty decent moves today. So we'll go App and Google with decent large cap moves today. So those would be the two I'd venture over to in the large cap sector. App just hit new high of day. Google building a nice, good consolidation channel at the high of day. Mis bueno. Yeah, no trades for me today. It is slower today. No good bounce plays other than the 140.30 area for Yas, if you did take Yas for a ride. Other than that, it's been a lot slower, to be honest. HTCO, I think Max probably had the trade of the day so far. So Max, I don't know if he's still around. He's probably out celebrating, going, yeah, finally got one of these Halton plays that AK is always getting in on. Congratulations, Max. Max got in earlier here on this halt up right in this area and wrote it up. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trade. Max. Not seeing much. I'm taking the break. I'm going to put some jams on. Go hang out with Avery in the pack. We've given it 3 hours of work here, myself, and then, of course, in the one-on-one. Throw some jams on for you beautiful peeps. Any last questions? Put them in a chat now. Any last questiones? Crazy how small caps, like right now especially, they have just really gotten sleepy. Like some of the bigger movers for the day that I was looking at earlier. UCAR had a spike out of nowhere. Oh, UCAR is still spiking. Okay, so UCAR is still spiking. So we're going to go UCAR right up top, actually. We're going to UCAR right here. We're going to go HTCO here. We'll go to SGMT over here. All right, so we got a little something there for UCAR out of nowhere. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Got a couple areas to take a bounce play too here. We get the 235 area with the risk down at 215 as your stop loss, or 215 as your bounce play in the sandwich area with the risk down here at 205. So those would be your two bounce areas with your risk, aka stop loss area. All right, UCAR gave us a little something, a little life there. Oh, I did have news right before the opening bell too. We just didn't. Doesn't look like we started to trade it till later in the day. All right, sweet. If you're looking for a bounce play, in my opinion, I'd go 215 with the risk at 205. Target 1 back up to 235. Target 2 back up to 245. Target 3 back up to this 260 to 265 area. If you want to take the 235, 230 bounce, again, same targets on the way up. You know the risk at 215. Those would be your two areas to take a trade if you're looking to trade. I want to take a break. Don't want to sit back and wait for this trade to come to me. I've waited for 3 hours and nothing wanted to come to me. So, UCAR, you can have it. Back here in just a bit, I'll throw some jams on for now. I do go live with Trade the Pool in about an hour and 25 minutes. I'll jump back on the mic about 5 to 10 minutes before I go live with those guys over there to recap what's going on in the market with you guys before I do that. Back in a bit. Bangarang, lost boys, lost girls. Good job if you were green today. If you're red, it's been slower and choppier. No reason to be upset about it. Just sit back and wait for a setup and trades to come to you. And no, it is a little bit slower. Take a break. Go get some lunch. Get some coffee. Get a tea. Get some water. Hang out with the dogs. Go smoke a cig. Hit the vape. Take a walk. Go watch some TV. Then come back. Okay? Always take those breaks. Watch the 10 Commandments lesson I have over on my YouTube page. Hopefully you've already watched that 5, 10, 15 times now. Know exactly what you need to be doing Monday through Friday. All right, back in a bit. All right, team, just getting back on the live stream here. Trade the pool live stream coming up. All right, so boom, copy that. Coming over here. We'll go with TTP lunch live stream. I've heard me or not. Heading over to TTP. Got some decent movement here from UCAR there out of nowhere. For about an hour. Actually, and I was all over it with the bounce. We did have one here at 235 that I talked about. So there was one. Led to new high of day.
It is Steve Tileman here with.
There is Steve joining. But by the time I caught this and saw this in UCAR, it was right through here. I think it was, yeah, because I stopped going live after maybe it was right through here. I forgot when I first saw this, when it was popping up. But regardless, old resistance became new support, so we can see this 235 area, then became resistance. And then same here, which I saw like this area right around 215, and that held up for a decent bounce. And now it's just slowly but surely staircasing down. We'd have HTCO hit new high of day, so this one's still out floating around. Your top one probably to watch moving forward. It's up 170% on the day. UCAR had a nice good move earlier. Now really dying off, so we'll go HTTO here. We'll go to UCAR here. And boom. And then we are running in this wedge, so Yas is still on watch overall for the continuation and squeeze up. Everything else for small cap sector, I'm going, just going through real quickly here, is really died off. Yeah, HTCO is really your main one here that started popping up. I'll go over to the Trade the Pool live stream though right now, and we'll have some lunch commentary. So I'll see you guys there.
I'm going to switch to 5-minute candles as well. Get a little bit of a better view of the day. So NVIDIA, clear strength here. We can see that it just smashed through its pre-market highs, and we want to see the leaders like this continue to push higher, break range, and then we can drag the whole market up with us. Really, really nice action into new all-time highs on NVIDIA here. Going into the daily. Bada bing, bada boom. That's a range break, baby. So now what do we look for here? There's two ways that this can play out in my book. I guess there's three, but there's two that I'm looking for. First is going to be pretty typical kind of cup and handle setup here. So that's going to look like a cup, right? So we make this big drawdown. We base for months and months, at least weeks and weeks. We form a nice bottoming structure where it tried to fail. And then that attempt at a breakdown got reverted really hard. We swiped out the highs here. So anybody saying they're bearish on NVIDIA, I'm sorry. Very, very, very unlikely that this is a double top and it ends up at 100 in a couple months. Sorry, just not in the cards in my book here. What is in the cards is a potential pullback, potentially up to 50% of this move. I wouldn't imagine it needs to get all the way back there, but maybe something like this to form the handle to this cup. But this is a very bullish sign for semiconductors, and I just want to show you that on the index here as well. I mean, how bearish are we, guys? Massive range smash through. Ignore that line. But massive range smash through. This was consolidating above the range, and oh, is somebody at the door?
I figured that'd be a good one. I'll just start doing that. I was like, I'm just sitting back here. I'm like, this will be cool.
Oh, it's the thing. I'll do the thing.
I'll do the doorbell. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
You got to do the 1-2 shuffle. It'll get you. Yeah. The old song and dance. We've been here before, John.
Yeah, right, exactly. Let me change it, even though I already changed it. But anyway, here we go. But yes, I figured the doorbell would be the more appropriate way. That way you just sneak in here. I like it, though. You know, the person that comes in that's waiting should ring the doorbell if they know how to do it. And then that lets the person talking knowing, well, there's someone that wants to come on and join the live stream.
Josh has stream manners. Josh wasn't raised in a barn. I was a little worried though because Josh, I have a big old German Shepherd, and he does not like doorbells.
Yeah, I feel
Like,
that.
he loses his mind.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh goodness, is that going to wake the beast? But no, it seems like he was outside of earshot there. How you doing today?
Good, man. Good Monday overall. You know, always doing good most days of living. You know, you're above ground, living life, taking the breath in, loving life, doing good, man. How about yourself? Have a good weekend?
Let's see. I still got a pulse. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm feeling good, Josh. I was a little burnt out last week, so I needed to take some days for myself. I joined a rock climbing gym, so I'm feeling good.
Nice.
And it's that paradoxical thing where the less time you spend looking at the markets, especially on the weekends, the more psyched I am to look at charts now. So I definitely want to jump on into this here. We've only talked semiconductors and SPY so far, so you haven't missed much. But before we go down the horn, anything you want to spotlight here that I can jump on in now?
Just real quickly, the main thing for small caps, I would say HTCO. HTCO is your main one on watch here. Had a pretty good move today so far. We'll be watching it to hit new highs here, most likely, looking like during our lunch recap today. So HTCO is your main one to keep on watch. So just throwing that out there before we go down the rabbit hole. It's the tickers you want to look at and go into. That's the main one here on watch for some squeezing here during lunch power.
I
What's
love
up,
it.
Joe and Snowman? Joe and Snow, and you know, we yes, Power Hour with Steve's a lock.
Yes, sir. So, Snowman, it's always Monday through Thursday. We aren't doing the Fridays yet. I'm not sure if we will going forward. Maybe, but who knows? For now, Monday through Thursday, you can always find me in the Power Hour. And then Monday, Wednesday, Friday here at, 10 o'clock my time, 1 o'clock market time, we'll be doing these recaps. So, yeah, HTCO, this is a powerhouse, man. Look at this, 1278. The initial surge all the way up to 2780 before taking a breather. And Josh, I think you're right. This thing doesn't look done. This thing looks angry. It looks like it wants to keep going.
He's like, I want to keep going, man. I need some more. I need some more gym time, brother. I need to lift some more weights. Yeah, I mean, he definitely, or she, either way, wants to keep going. It looks like here. So keep that on watch, especially if we maintain 30. This one has squeeze written on it for sure.
Man, yeah, I would say so, Josh. This is a wild one. Whenever I have to zoom back like 4 time frames just to find the last, like any point of reference to the left, that's how I know. So, wow, look at this. We got this massive pivot here that I'm seeing 3 months in a row, just hanging out around this point before spiking up and dropping into the underworld there. Well, we are now back above this, and to me, this looks like one big old, like, bottoming type price action here where, I mean, hey, in my book, I think we're playing this whole range now of this candle, and you see the 50% just getting punched. I'd love to see the next one up here because that would be achieving 2 targets in my book. So let me get this out of the way. There we go. If we take a look, we have this 38 fib, which I'm too lazy to drag the fibs the other way around, but it's essentially the same as the 6.2 fib. So you have this yellow down here, Josh, and then on the upside, just the level right above the mid equilibrium there. So I would love to see that tag and also sweep this monthly high here at 38.13. So that's my next goal to the upside here, if we can get it.
Definitely. When you see that too, like you're talking about, there's really no chart, and you have to keep zooming out trying to find something. Those usually typically have a better shot to continue to run, or at least run that day, because you just don't have a lot to hold the play down. So the more volume that comes in, the easier it gets for that to pop and go.
Absolutely. So let's see. We're going to watch this one in the bottom right corner here as it tries to push on up through this equilibrium here. You can see it just coiling around that red line. That's a major range equilibrium. That being said, moving on over into the big caps here, the large caps, and what's moving the market. It's been an interesting day here. So we've mentioned that SPY essentially flat from the open, flat from Friday. It's holding line, but it is not quite ready to push higher. I think it's trying here. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 knocking at this 1450 level. So I do believe that we push higher here pretty darn soon. But there is some push and pull because we have some strength in oil that we're going to pull up right now. So I'm going to look at an hourly chart here, and I'm thinking this looks spookily constructive. This does not look weak to me. And I'm seeing some interesting kind of pieces of the puzzle fitting together. So that first part, SPY strong. SPY strong. Tech slightly weaker. So when I did my little stream prep, I have a little thing that aggregates a bunch of stuff that I do a few minutes before this. So as of 20 minutes ago, it looked like Q's was a little bit about just slightly red compared to a SPY slightly green. So treading water, small caps treading water as well. Nothing decisive there. The leaders today, actually, we have oil, USO up 2.3%. It was up 1.8% 20 minutes ago, now pushing even higher. And this is interesting because inside this context of oil strong and tech a little bit weak, we look at the VIX. VIX is getting crushed. So this is really interesting. The market isn't so much nervous as it's saying, hey, energy's not done. So I'm thinking we could see an everything rally as we break the range on SPY out of the top here. And we could see oil equities joining the party, or should I say continuing to join the party and providing that big fuel for the next leg up. Josh, one more kind of piece of this puzzle that I'm putting together in my head here is the strength today in XLF and financials. So when you hear energy strong, usually the first things that come to your head aren't financial strong and VIX weak, right? You're thinking like energy trade, oh, everybody's scared, yada, yada. But XLF is actually performing very well today. So I'm kind of watching. I want to see how all of these daily candles on these indices close because it's going to kind of give me a feel for this week into this month where there's a lot of conflicting narratives. So that's kind of how I'm framing this week going into it here. Josh, how are you feeling on any of those components or anything that's kind of catching your eye this week?
Well, I'll say don't say no, I can't go more to some tech plays like NVDA, Micron, and boy, SNDK. Oh, yeah. Talked about that yesterday in my weekly preview on stocks reaching all-time highs, and of course NVDA, all three of those right there on my watch list. And holy wow, yeah, SNDK, what a monster. SanDisk continues to climb here, and looking like again back over to HTCO, SanDisk, SNDK looking like it wants to pop and continue to climb right here during lunch as well.
Yeah, this one's getting tight for sure. And I love that you're mentioning the strength in SanDisk. My highlight for this weekend in my newsletter was Micron here. It is doing the thing. I believe that it is a breakout on a big old megaphone as I fight with my charts here. So we have weekly on the left. We have the daily in the middle. Then we have the 5-minute on the right there, just showing that strength. This is looking like it's doing all the right things, checking all the right boxes for a megaphone breakout here. We got the really nice hold of the range. This one was mean. This one shook me out here. I got stopped out for break even. I got back in just a little bit, but not nearly enough. So I'm like, do I add here? I would like just a small retest of 500 this week to get some more size on the board there. But besides that, I'm fine with just holding this piece until it keeps on running to where I think it's heading, which is, I think we're going to see 1,000 on Micron too. I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah,
does that sound crazy to you?
Well, no. I mean, again, like we kind of talked about last week with the whole, car, how high can it go, and then of course bringing up HKDs of the world. So nothing's really going to surprise me anymore. And just seeing those power runs over the last few years from these certain tickers and where they gravitate, like you're talking about magnet, gravitate, what term you want to use toward certain targets and prices. And yeah, that seems to be, once you get this crazy massive move like we have over the past year from these tickers, they get to 500. Once they get to 500, they like to really start to soak up $100 at a time. You really just saw that most recently from cars. It went from 5 to almost 900 in a matter of, it seemed like a day or two.
Yeah.
So if it continues on the path that I would imagine it does, I think this would be more of a slower path than some of those SanDisk car, obviously, type of plays. I think it gets there, but a little bit slower of a pace. But that helps you as a day / and or swing trader where you don't feel like you're missing the boat. You're going to get chances to get back on the boat. May not be the boat you want to get on because original boat's left, but at least they're sending, that cruise is already out in the water, so they're going to at least send some boats back to you to get on the cruise, so to speak, right?
Exactly.
So
no, I love that. So Josh, the reason why I chose Micron over SanDisk, which definitely it seems like it's got that juice that you're talking about, that really explosive. But like you're saying, it's too extended for me to feel really safe, like in a position trade. Like, yeah, I can day trade it. But like the meat and potatoes of my system are these position trades where you can really just lock in. Yeah. So for me, this is actually one of the least extended in the semiconductor spaces. And I'll throw 2 more on the radar too for y'all that I think are really good position trades going forward. LRCX, very promising here. If it'll load, come on, baby. There it goes. So a little bit of a head bonk today. So I want to see what it does into this, what is it? The 21 moving average here. What I would like to see is this being a little megaphone on top of this other megaphone here. So see how it's kind of like nestled. It's got like this expanding pattern that's consolidating now near at the top into another expanding pattern. Yep. So I'd really like to see this one catch right off this bad boy here, retest a new high, and then just start to cook. So LRCX, this is on my list, as well as AMAT, Applied Materials. This one, very similar chart, right? And these ones, I know they look just screaming up to the right, but these are actually some of the least extended in the semiconductor space that fit the criteria of what I'm looking for constructive price action for a swing. So I wanted to put these on people's radars there. And
yeah, those are pretty charts right there.
Yeah, they're not too shabby, right? Catching up on comments here. What's up, Michael in the house?
Mr. D Rider, Mr. 10. How we doing?
How we doing, guys? Yeah, so AMAT, very similar chart. It's kind of holding this 9 here. We could see a strong catch intraday, but so far not seeing it. Maybe we could look for a higher low on AMAT today off this 400. That's definitely a possibility. I like the round number. That would be respecting the previous all-time high. Yeah, that'd be 395. So maybe it needs to go a little bit further. But this is definitely on my watch list for just tagging into these really strong sectors, which as of this point, they're kind of it's been hard to get into these lockout rallies in semiconductors. I'm not gonna lie. So I know people want in, right? So these are the only areas that I think are really showing potential.
Yeah. Well, and look at and the thing about this too, I mean, is we've had that semiconductor rally from, like, again, go back to it, beat a dead horse, but NVDA a couple years back and its crazy run to SMCI tagging along like a little Playco fish on the whale or the shark going with it. Now up to this year and what we're seeing, we're going to get more of this, whether it's this sector and we get new stocks and companies that get the move that haven't gotten it yet, like you're talking about the AMATs or whatever of the world, or there ends up being a new trend over the next 3 or 4 or 5 years. And so now we can just see how volatile when we get into these heavy trends. Hey, how long they last. 23 into 24 is when NVDA, AMD, SMCIs of the world really kind of got off their butt and started going. And now we're seeing more into still this year. So ample opportunity down the line. So even if you're missing some now, know that the next wave, the next trend comes into the stock market, like these, whatever we're trading, of course, now semiconductors, whatever the next wave and trend is, know it lasts X amount of time, and then B, how much these stocks move. So long as you can get in early, know that now what happens, boy, you see a play go from 50 to 100 in a hurry, and we get to 150, 200. You might want to start looking at getting in, because next thing you know, we're at 500, and a lot of the times we're at 1,000. And so, find your wave, whatever it might be, the next one. Right now, we're still in that semiconductor wave. Of course, how relevant they are in the world and how much they tie to everyday life and what we're doing and using. There will be something else down the line that comes into play that we will have to use every single day. Know that what we're seeing now, hey, that's what I go. Like, cool, man, if I'm seeing what a Micron, SanDisk, all these other companies have done, I know that A, another one could come down the line and do the same thing, and B, once we move, like I said, into another sector, another trend, whatever it might be, we know where they go now. When they get that lift off from the single digits, I'll call single digits, maybe tens, but below 100, so we'll go double digits to triple digits. We know what happens. We go to 100 and 200. Next thing you know, we get to 250, and then we're at 500. And so just see what we're seeing now, and it'll be the same thing and reciprocal 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, just different stuff. And then I can't imagine if we're this volatile now. I mean, we're going to be those old guys going, I remember when getting to 500 or 1,000 was a lot, sonny. And we're seeing plays go to, like, they're letting plays maybe go to 5,000 or 10,000 before they split them for whatever reason. I don't know. We'll see. Right. But, maybe they pull Bitcoin out on us here, and they let things run a little bit more before they price split them. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, just know that we're going to get more of it. By the way, more of what we talked about, HTCO hitting new high of day, running now up almost to $37 here. Beautiful squeeze pattern. That's what I was saying. This is on high watch here.
Yeah. This is one where I was considering just taking it off this 50 fib, but I just don't like it. I know that it usually is not a bad idea if you're framing the trade correctly, like I think we did here, but it's just always as hard for me to take the leap of faith on velocity through a mid-range,
Right.
especially when it's a stock that in small caps, I still don't feel like I have it really dialed in what constitutes a high volume break, right? Just because it can look so much more jagged and explosive on one of these and still end up rejecting,
Yeah.
with that violent spike up,
Yeah.
than it can on a mega cap that I'm much more comfortable having all that
that's the
screen
thing
time.
especially I'm sure like Nas throughout the years can't really run a lot of AI stuff on this because it's the average volume. It's just it's so inconsistent. You just don't know, and so it's hard to like people. I've had that so funny you said I've had that so often throughout the year, Steve. Josh, what's good volume? Well, I'm like, well, I mean, depends on what you're looking for. I'm like, a play can have 4.5 million shares traded for the day, but you could have banked on it. 4.5 million shares could have went from 5 to 50 back to 5, because of the halts, yada yada yada, or and then or you'll have plays that run all day long and have 500 million, 700 million shares of volume that have moved from maybe $1 up to 150 back down to 70 cents, and you're like, okay, well that's had 700 million shares traded, but it's went from like the range today is that's the range really. Then you'll have shares that maybe, or you have like 100 or 50 to 100 million shares traded, and it's moved from 5 to 70 to back to 50, and it's just it's been moving all day long, and it never really halted. It just was heavy volume and just had the momentum and the mob, as I call it. And so it's always hard to justify what's good volume, and I think that comes with the more small caps you start looking at and understanding, like I was saying earlier, and I was trying to trade HTCOs. It's halting. Of course, me and my gaps, yada, yada. I love my halt strategy. Love trading these type of tickers where most probably shy away and move away from HTCOs, but I've learned how to trade them throughout the years and know where to get in and when to get in. But again, look at the volume on it today. It's not like it's really crazy good volume. Is there some? Yeah, for sure. But it's going to be different compared. Like, again, you can go to a play that has, let's just do this for a great example. So today, right now, HTTO has 9 million shares traded. It has gone from a gap up of around $11 up to $37. Then you look at a play like let me see here real quick so I can see this on a bigger chart. WAAS. I've been calling it YAS all day. Not WY. YAAS. YAAS. YAS. YAS.
Yas. All right. I like it.
Yep. Its volume today is 130 million. So it's got 120 million more shares traded, and look at the movement. Not a lot.
Yeah.
Now, is there some? Sure, yes, true. But do you see how if you try to do studies on volume, it's going to be hard to understand what's good volume, what's not. How would you use that? And like you said, volume profile breaks. To me, that's where then charting comes into play more so than anything with small caps. Put your lines in and trade them. Find your support, your resistance areas. Use a couple of moving averages in your VWAP, and I promise you'll find, like that right there. Boom, boom. That's it. And then now if you break above those areas, right, now you can come back down off of them, and that's where I get my bounce plays, right? And then you'll see if you use the volume profile, as you like to do. I've looked at them enough to know where they're at in those areas, so I don't usually leave it on my chart anymore. But yeah, just a lot of the time trying to identify what is volume and how do you use it when it comes to small caps. I don't think there's a real good edge because it's always going to be different between what you're trading.
Right. It can never be like a set number. I think it's so important to just always watch that relationship. This was like a big level up in my trading where it was like everybody said, look for volume. It's like, okay, yeah, but it's about what the volume does, So what I look for is volume and result. So I think of it as like the effort and the result. So the effort is that volume, just pushing. Mm-hmm. And if it's all of that volume, you see the tape just flooding with buys, but this passive seller is still holding the line. Well, that might be telling us something, that's a lot of effort into a brick wall, so something has to change. Is that brick wall going to come down? Well, then maybe we can look at stuff like the level 2s or book map, something like that to help gauge that. But that's like fortune telling to some extent, until we actually see the results of that volume.
You don't want to. Come on, you got the crystal ball over there. You got the crystal ball. You've got the touch.
Something like that.
Yeah, and I think what Taquito says is true. It's volume's going to be heavier at lower areas, right? Yeah, SPY just got a huge spike, then right back on down to where it came from. But like say your $1, sub $1, $2, $3 stocks are going to have more volume than say a $7, $9, $10 stocks most times, right? And then They're going to have more volume than a play like today that you see a stock go from 10 to 30 because there's halts in there, and then they're probably lower float, right? Because then that's when float really becomes a key, right? That we didn't talk about. So less float, less volume. You need to move it. So if you have a low float play and you have a lot of volume, like say 50 million, 100 million shares traded that day, oh boy, yeah, you're going to have some movement. You have a stock that's 70 mil, 50 mil, 100 million in float and has 100 million shares traded. Well, less movement. So that's this thing too. Like I think TAC and other traders have talked about when they do the call-in show or my dual stream Friday, or that's the one thing about small caps is you're always having to find the new ticker, right? It's always going to be something new. You got to worry about all these, where large caps, you don't have to worry about the float. When have you ever looked at a float on any of the large cap plays you look at, right? Never, right? You never. Never.
It's nice.
That is really right. Yeah. So in small caps, that's huge in the rotation, and so that's what makes small caps like even Mind Music Muscle says small caps scare me. I get it. I mean, I love them. I love it. It's just
guys.
It's my thing.
Sorry,
you're good.
Sorry to interrupt here. We found the news. So Levitt said Trump discussed Iran's proposal with the team today. Levitt says would not say U.S. is considering Iran's proposal. She says, we'll hear from Trump soon about Iran. So I guess market is front running a little bit. This seems like so we're going to get something pretty soon here. Market likes it. We finally got the push we needed. We just kept wicking back into this, like we were talking about, those high volume profile areas, and especially this most high volume here, this big old chunk. And what we did is we wicked back into there twice, could not find any continuation to the sell through this uptrend line, and we just squeezed on that news here. So now we are through this big resistance, and I'm seeing around the horn follow through on a good amount of things that I'm watching. And I think this is a good time to talk about LAC and lithium, because this is a trade that I'm in today, as of today, and I think it still is very, very valid, even though we're just starting to break highs of the day here. So Josh, are you a lithium man? Do you like lithium?
Yeah, I mean that's a great station on SiriusXM.
I was gonna say that's what I thought of too, actually.
That's
see.
awesome.
So
we always have to bring up me and you. Of course, we always, which I love that we have that, like, grew up close to the same era. But yeah, we love music, love video games, love music. So had to get some kind of music or video game or movie, analogy today. So there you go, lithium. A great album too. It is a good album too. Yeah, lithium. Anyway, but yes, I like it. Is it something, again, these things that I want to invest into long term? Sure. Do I do it? Am I anything long term other than these tech companies? No. So it's something that you want to.
That's where I'm going to try to get to you, Josh, over the course of our shows together. Yeah. I'm just going to try to do that devil on your shoulder. You sure you don't want a little commodities? Sure you don't want a little exposure to something real? Yeah. Something that you can hold in your hands?
Yeah, touch. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, we can. So come to Arkansas. We have the only diamond mining, excavation in the United States. I think in North America, if I'm not mistaken. But Murfreesboro, Arkansas, you can go mine for diamonds, and you can look it up. It's called I forgot what it's even called, but it's in Murfreesboro, Arkansas. You can mine for diamonds. Again, that's why if you look at our flag, the state flag, we have like a diamond, like it kind of, and with the stars around it, because we're the 25th state, so there's 25 stars in it, but there's a diamond in it. And yes, my friend, you can go, and people have found 2-3 carat diamonds at this place, so it is. I love it, my man. So yes, I would love to hold something real, or invest into something that's not a fake company that I have no idea what they do at all, like all these small companies.
It is a very different lane of investing, just engaging with the market in general. It's like, I know exactly what these guys do. I know what they got. I know the market doesn't respect them, and I know it's a long-term play. But I know one of these days they will get the respect they deserve. They are sitting on, I think, the biggest lithium mine or lithium deposit in, I want to say, the whole hemisphere or something. I don't even know. But it's been 6 months since the last time this looked good technically that I actually did my homework on it. But now I'm going to have to again because it's really, really setting up. Just a few things I want to mention on the technicals. We have the big downtrend line break. We have this nice flag over key moving averages, which are starting to curl on and upwards here. I see a little inverted head and shoulders action. I also just see a nice respect and reclaim of this bottoming zone here. That's what I see on the daily. On the weekly, looking even nicer. Just a big old flag pennant trying to break through the previous kind of base here. You can see our price history starts right, of this area of interest, where it kind of bifurcates us into a bottom range. And then this kind of, if we get over here, we squeeze, but then we, get squeezed back here. I think eventually this consolidation is going to lead to range expansion through the $10 handle, getting us to some of these long-term monthly targets. So LAC, it's kind of the low quality one, but there's a really nice high quality one that I want to put on people's radars too. This is the one I'm in shares of as more of an aggressive position trade. So I'm managing it more closely. Oh yeah, beautiful action here. So LAR, this is going to be another lithium company, just beautiful charts. And when I see this on the whole sector, it's just telling me it's time to get involved in these.
You know how many W's I've seen in chart, either W's or inverse. Well, it's a W, but how many inverse head and shoulders or W's we're seeing here recently?
Yeah,
it's nuts, my man.
We're smoking those bears.
Yeah. The bulls are killing and kicking some bears' ass right now. 100%. It is what it is, and we're going to have that. Of course, we're close to all-time highs. We were wondering how long the Bears would win. Bulls 100% taking over a lot of these charts.
Absolutely.
Real quickly, it's called Crater of Diamonds. I had to make sure I knew. I was like, oh yeah, it's called Crater of Diamonds. And you look at it, bro. It's just a field. It's just a grass and dirt field, and it's really cool to me. But you wouldn't think much of it. You're like, what does it look like? Literally, I've never been there. A lot of schools went there for like field trips back in the day. I wish ours would have. That would have been cool. So at least I could say I've been. Now as an adult, you kind of feel like, man, I should do that. I'm an Arkansan, but now I'm an adult. Like, do I really want to go? Like, wish I would have went as a kid. Yeah. But yes, and you keep what you find. So whatever you find, you keep, which is really darn cool. So I was like, I had to look that up and throw that out there real quickly. But yeah, we are bullish. Lots of W's, lots of inverse head and shoulders here recently. And yeah, LAC here with that move on up there, continuing like it. Yeah, and SPY looking like she went 715s, almost close there. Love it, my man. Give us our set. Hey, we've been calling it 720s, and we need. Well, I want my 780, but give us 720s to start with. That's what we've been wanting for a while.
Yes, sir. One more alert that I just noticed. One of my good friends, great trader, just mentioned that there's a lot of interesting flow on Joby into the earnings on Wednesday. Seeing it kind of double bottom on the day too here. So if there is potential for this one, the flow is on very risky 9.5C weeklies. So it's trading at 8.5 now. That's a gamble, but something to consider that it is at the bottom of a pretty big range here into earnings and could be seeing a bottoming process or could be seeing a bear flag. We still got to decide, but I am liking that it is up off the mat just a little bit today, and I think that it's going to try to close up into the $8.75 to $9 range over these moving averages. If so, sets up a nice little look into the earnings. So those are the top watches for me today here. SMH, ooh, nice move off the bottom, and this one looks like this is cooling off from the morning and now ready to kind of keep the rally going.
7:15 on the dot. Now we're rolling a little over it. Boy, she is moving. She's moving. Love it. Let's see, what else were we watching here? Yas, but then HTCO? HTCO is still up above 30. Like I said, as long as she holds 30, 28-ish area, that's going to be the main key for me, and she can continue. Not that she can't still pop later, but if we want to see nice new highs here and really strong continuation into power hour, that's what I'd like to see, hold 30 into 28, even a retracement there for a dip buy. And I'm just watching just because I know, again, the all-time high movers. Google not quite there, but getting close. Looking like it wants, and it is, hit new high of day. NVDA as well, and SNDK. So those are like the three big boo-boos that I'm watching, other than the SPY take on off here. We have some other takeoffs here. So we're... The small caps generally had that. We've had this, what we have a lot over the last few weeks for small caps. We have a very busy pre-market with a lot of different tickers moving, and then it ends up being really slow. And we'll have maybe one mover, and it ends up being like an HTCO where it's the spread's big. It's more parabolic. We haven't had like a pre-market runner take off and hold the mob. Not one that I can remember over the past couple of weeks. It's whatever we're looking at the bell. I promise you, by lunch and the recaps, we're not anymore. It's something new, and it's something that most likely has popped up out of nowhere.
Oh, absolutely. I'm with you there. I just wanted to pop to your top watches here. So NVIDIA, absolutely powerhouse in here. I think it wants the 215, and I think that it's going to hit the 220 this week, probably. So those are the kind of two levels. I'm just going by the round number strikes for now until I have something really dialed in. But as we're reaching into blue skies here, I would not be betting against these names. Another one, very similar look. This is my biggest position in semiconductors. ARM, big old arm.
Yeah,
pulling back some today.
Though.
So, I think this is probably It's overextended. I'm not saying buy this, but I bet it does end up working out just fine.
Oh yeah,
I was seeing some 250s on the chain, which is crazy for the weekly contracts. 250 would be pretty egregious, but I this thing's in breakout mode. It just broke the range. Now this is the first red day. I would like to buy it off this 9 moving average as it comes up. I got a decent size, so I'd like to get a little bit more because I'm a greedy boy. But yeah, ARM's been an absolute cooker.
Yeah.
Can't be mad about one red day.
Yeah, especially after how you've exploded from, that 145 mark or whatever. Well, yeah, I think it was like right around, that was Monday before last when we first exploded, but somewhere, what was the breakout point? Somewhere in that one low 30s when we kind of completed that U shape and really started to push up. And then, since then, it's just been on green mode. So you gotta, especially like you said, overextended, breaking all-time high last week on that barn burner Wednesday all the way up through end of Sunday's movement. You're talking 180 all the way up to 245. That's some big movement for any company, let alone ARM, obviously, and what it typically does, which usually is maybe a 5, maybe a 10-point mover of a day. Now, all of a sudden, you're moving this big, right? Which happens when you kind of get to new levels and all-time highs. I think I had my ultimate low of the week probably somewhere right around, I forgot I did this yesterday, probably somewhere right around 200 back into the highs from last Wednesday, which is 197.50 area. So, I anticipate pullbacks on these plays. You're going to get them, and sometimes they can look more violent. Well, again, you've gone as big as you have. You're now going to have some bigger days, so just take that into consideration when trading ARM, if you are day trading it, which I like that. I'm more of a give me 3-4 points in a move versus it's moved 3-4 points in a day. So I'm typically looking for 2 to 3-4 points minimum when I trade large cap tickers. So I want this. This is exactly what I want in ARM. I love it. Absolutely so. And I feel this, like you said, 300, you said summer may come even before summer. The way the rate that it's moving now. You think about that, because I think I brought that up yesterday. We're again yesterday moving into Sunday. I always give those weekly levels and weekly previews about 2 to 3 hours before the movement starts on Sunday. I always do it Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. I release that and I said, hey, watch for a pop to all-time highs here, whether it's later today or it's Monday. And sure enough, there it goes. So, and you got to think 245. We're only $55 points, whatever you want to call it, away from 300. Well, we were again yesterday, but so it's,
we'll get back.
Yeah, you're already on the iceberg at that point, in my opinion, for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, I love it. And what I would really like to see is just a retrace. Just give me 50% of the retrace of this crazy surge, not the whole from the bottom. We don't need to do all of that. I don't think it's going to get back down to 170s or something. But what I do see potential for is just cooling off from this exponential move and then just starting to kind of consolidate in this maybe 195 to 210 kind of area, as we just like we did here, where we broke the range at the end of March there, and then we just kind of consolidated there. We broke the range. Let's do some more consolidation. And then that should hopefully give us another entry like we got here off the 159, right on one of these days here. And that was a really nice, just keep it simple, right? We got the big move to show us that this is a great stock. It came and held the moving averages exactly like it should, if it is doing the thing where it explodes like this. So it gave us a lot of confidence that when it broke the range and kept tight here, that it was acting right. Because it's breaking out of this pattern and it's not spiking and rejecting. That's what you don't want to see. Like this one, it had no volume here and then it just waffled down. Here though, it's holding near the top very, very constructively, and these moving averages are curling up much more aggressively than here, where it's kind of limping up. Here we're expanding. So that's what I'd like to kind of see for the continuation leg. Really nice look there.
Yeah, like you said, do the thing. Even like my one-on-one earlier that I did earlier today, how often I've said to here recently, I always goofily said I came up with this analogy and theory, whatever, in the last year or two where, Jerry Maguire, show me the money. Show me the money. I know you probably have seen that before hundreds of times. Well, if you want that, then I said I want to get a T-shirt that, on the front side of it says, show me the chart, on the back side or whatever, vice versa. But show me the chart, right? Show me the chart. Build the chart. Let the traders, let the stock market, let everything else, let this chart evolve, right? Let it do the dang thing, or do the thing like you're saying. If it does the thing, then now you can go trade. If it doesn't do the thing, then I don't want to trade it. I want you to do what I want you to do. If you don't do what I want you to do, then I'm not going to trade it. And that's a huge thing for traders early on. So I wish traders would understand that and just sit back to wait and see if it does the darn thing. And if it does the thing, then go trade the thing.
I love that. Yeah, and because it's so hard to not just kind of put your own judgments and your own feelings onto it. It's so much easier to just kind of resign your, not resign, but just like it's almost like it's like a leap of faith in a sense of like, hey, I know that if I just trust the system, any one time might not work, but overall, I know that math is on my side, and it's just freeing in a sense of like, you don't have to be right. You just have to be disciplined. You know, it's so much easier to be disciplined than right. You know,
Yep.
anything could happen. It's so much easier saying, hey, if I do this 100 times, I'll make money for sure, than saying, hey, on this exact play right here, right now, this is going to happen.
Yep.
That being said, sometimes you get those, and DRAM here is a good example. This thing just didn't ever have a red day, just about. You know, it just keeps on grinding because we know that fundamentally everything in this ETF is going up. So I'm up about 20%. I think you're probably up a little more. I think you probably got in a few days earlier, but it seems like the comfiest hold ever. I'm just chilling, not really touching it
The comfiest hold
until I have good
Yeah, I
reason.
didn't even look at this play when it first came out. Of course, earlier, almost a month ago now. But yeah, it's forgot all about it. And then yeah, by the time wherever I saw it first being mentioned, it was already up. Like 10, 12, 15 points or whatever. It was in the 30s, and I was just like, oh well, I don't want to get into it now. I mean, I should have, probably IPO'd it, or there were times to get in for sure. So good for you and you guys on DRAM, especially when I just look at the technicals here and just looking at my deviation channel. Like, it's funny how it like is riding right up with it like perfectly. So yeah,
It's like as hot as it can go without getting overbought to the point where it's unsustainable, right?
Yeah,
That's how I kind of view it.
it's good stuff.
And then it probably is going to end up getting too hot anyway here soon, and then it will need to come back down off those standard deviations. That's usually how these kind of go,
Yep.
in my book, at least.
Good stuff. Hold on, is
So
this
good stuff.
the Nick Diaz that used to fight? He had a brother named Nate Diaz. Now we got Nick Diaz in chat. What's up, Nick Diaz? He's like, I'm getting
That's
the
what I
stock trading
always
game.
think of.
Done
Dude,
taking shots to the dome. I am taking it on to the stock trading world.
Josh, you ever do any MMA?
I've actually wanted to, but no, I've never done it. I would have. What I'd want to do if I ever got into that would be two things I'd want to do, and I still would love to, just because, it's just the getting any stress you do have out, possibly out. But then secondly, how good of shape it keeps you in. But two things I'd want to do. I'd want to learn how to strike, right? I'd want to learn to get striking down. Whether it was mostly with arms, but then feet too. You want to get feet involved, especially those kicks to the thighs or to the shin, or those can weigh on a lot of opponents. Especially just if you're quick enough to the body. What you love to see those. There's a longer, or it's a faster way to get to the body and get body shots in than having to get in there with your arms or hands. And then I would want to do that. So learn how to strike, and then I'd want to take like jujitsu. I'd want to take a lot of groundwork stuff.
Nice.
Because I really feel like I'd be a good striker. Like, I just know that. Like, I'm a bigger person. I'm intimidating when I get pissed off. Like, and most would say that, like, yeah, like I'm very happy. Obviously, I'm like, wow, Josh, you get mad, and that's like that, and it is that tail of the tape of you don't want to make really happy people mad, because you got to think they're never mad. So when they get mad, it's really mad. Like it's steaming. It's nasty mad. And so I'd have that, and like when I get hit, I've always had this too. Like, and here's a weird thing in football. I hate hitting. In football, if you played in grade school, they always gave you two positions, one defensive, one offensive, and you usually would play one way, whichever you're better at, but they'd always kind of, anyway. So I played safety, and I hated hitting. I loved covering and trying to intercept balls, but because I was a wide receiver, right? That was the other position I played, or quarterback. But I when I would get hit, I loved to avoid hits, but when I'd get hit, I'm like, oh, like they'd get me good, but I'd get up, I'm like, oh, you got me? I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I want to make them miss the next time. So, like, when people hit me in real life, like anyone, for whatever reason, it wakes me up. So, point being, I think I'd be a good striker and I would be good there. But, boy, you got to know if you do that, you got to get some grounding game on. Because if someone does take you down, you got to learn how to get out of arm bar, all this arm stuff, and whatever, all the different technical. I don't know all the verbiage. I'll watch it decently enough, but don't know, like, the verbiage to all the different holds and this, that, or the other. But yes, those would be the two things I'd want to do, and I'd love to do that. I'd love to get to sometime in the near future, before I get too old, is learn striking, and then learn some ground stuff, and then then try to maybe get in a couple of fights or those competitions that they do locally for amateurs. But sorry for the long spiel of you asked if I've ever done it. I could have been like, no, but
No, I don't want the short version. I want the long version. Because no, that's awesome, man. I did jiu-jitsu for a while. I was trying to get filled on DRAM here. It looked pretty good. it was playing with my entry. It didn't actually fill. So maybe I'll chase it one tick here, and we'll see if it comes back to the 200-minute moving average. I wanted it off the 9 there. We will see if that gets filled. But no, yeah, it's I think it's actually very similar to trading in a lot of ways, because it inherently builds, or at least tests, your discipline, and there's no way around having to contend with certain aspects of your personality which might be hindering you. So I think there's a lot of transference there. Also, it's especially with groundwork stuff like jiu-jitsu. I did a couple of years of jiu-jitsu, and it was very much like problem solving, and like is like a physical puzzle, you know?
Right.
And so it's a little less physical on the trading side, but it still is that mental puzzle that's very like it can be physically distressing, you know? Like I'll sweat. I'll be sweating when I'm trading sometimes in a tough position. Like, oh my goodness, am I working out right now? What's going on?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah. I feel it. Feel it. What's up though? JoJo in chat still too. Royce, Gracie, badass. I did so much. I love it. Tac says he said a train in Brazil. Back tells him every day. I am too nice. And then again, really, because I don't have too long of what to, so if I had to choose one of the other, here's my point. I have such a passion for driving and racing. That's what, if I had time, that's because I went to high school with a girl that were anyway, and what's funny, I always talk about, there was someone that wanted to get me into gold. She wanted to get me into gold because her husband, and I forgot what his company does, and this was back in 2017, 2018, and getting everyone in gold, and I forgot what exactly his company does. But anyway, and they were well off, right? Well, they live in Texas, in Austin especially, but point being, I don't know the husband. I just follow him. We're fringe-ish, right? I'm obviously friends with Shelby, who the girl went to high school with, and so he now has joined some, like, he learned how to drive, and I forgot what like circuit he has joined, but now he's won it 3 years in a row. And so I'm like, and he's about my age, and I'm like, oh my god, I want to do this so bad. And he's So if I had to choose between the two. Yeah, you know where I would go. I want to get into a car, and I want to go fast, and I want to beat everybody. And oh yeah, that's my go-to. Nick Diaz says, "What's up, Josh? Came to show support from my man, from the guys, and of course, Master Sensei. And yeah, dude, anyone fighting a wrestler who doesn't have a ground game is done. Yes, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yep, I've seen that before. Now I'm more of a boxing fan, so I do like the MMA fights that are more standing up. I'm not a ground type. Those let's just be honest. Those fights can get boring. Mayweather fights can be boring. So there are boxing matches where they are standing the whole time because they're not throwing punches and they're dodging the whole time and they're running. Although Mayweather at times, I'll give Mayweather.
Mike Tyson, pretty boring.
Yeah,
you know.
Right. But
I hear you.
Yes, but if you yes, you get two heavyweights in there in their prime, like boxing, or two good middleweights. Same thing for MMA. I just can't stay on the ground game, and then they're down there holding them in a position for 30 seconds, and it's the same. I'm like, 40 seconds later, still haven't really moved much, guys. Come on, and it's just like I can't. But it is what it is, and every sport's going to have their, we're going to have football games where we would love a good 34-31 last second field goal, man back and forth game, but we're going to have some that are 7 to or 10 to or just low scoring. We're gonna have some baseball games. It's nothing. It's a pitcher's duel. Ends up being 2-1, 1-0, right? And then you're gonna have games when it's 12-9. And so same with basketball. You're gonna have games when they can't make a bucket, and it's not in the NBA anymore because these guys don't even play defense, but they can make anything anyway. But you get my point. And so you're gonna have that in certain fights. You're gonna be crazy. Oh my gosh, they just threw 1,000. Like in some boxing matches, they'll throw 1,000 punches, and you're just going like they threw 1,000 punches, And then you'll have some where they throw like 150.
Yeah, big variance there for sure. I'm waiting. I almost got filled on my DRAM on the wick back into that 9 moving average. It did not trigger. I'm gonna go one tick higher, and this is the last tick I'm going. Just get me in, coach. Get me in.
Get me in, coach.
Oh wait, no. I did fill. Did I fill? No, working orders. Okay. I was like, what in tarnation? There we go. All right, we're in.
What in tarnation? Boy, it takes me back. What was the character on Looney Tunes that said "What in tarnation"? What was that guy's name?
Gotta be Yosemite Sam, right?
Yeah,
I figure it must.
Yeah, that's gotta be. Yeah, there we go. Yosemite Sam. Yeah.
So a good friend makes a ton of memes that tend to involve small kittens saying the darndest things. One of which tends to be "What in tarnation." So that's just worked itself into my lexicon.
Hey, that'll happen. These words that you never really said too much back in the day, and all of a sudden work their way into your vocabulary, and you're like, where and when did that? By the way, NVDA, there's our 215 we talked about, squeezing and going for more, just like SPY in that 715. Probably goes a hair over it and sees a little bit of a reversal and pullback. Again, just nice, good moves, all-time highs we go.
I like it. I like it. I'm liking the flagging on Joby here too. We got the nice kind of stage 2 base. HTCO, by the way, does not look done. I should have gotten, look at that level test on the 31, the back test of the equilibrium. Very, very clean there. Good for $4 off of that move already.
Yep.
Oh, man. Should have taken that. Oh, well, so Joby getting tight here. This is the one that I'm kind of considering taking a little nibble on, because we got this big volume base that we're kind of pushing out of. It looks pretty tight with the moving averages clustered. I think that it can go for the equilibrium of today. I think that would be reasonable for a little trim. See if that's worth my time. If it goes to an equilibrium of today, that would be 885. That's kind of worth. Maybe I'll take it. Maybe I'll take it if it gives us the look right here, which it looks like it might. We'll put in an order for 100 shares off of. Let me do it in here to make sure. Off of 867 seems good.
Boy, NVIDIA's
see if I get filled
a roll right now. This one's moving. S&D
yeah, the NVIDIA there.
Yeah, it's, we'll say S&DK too. I was looking to possibly get into that. NVIDIA here, there's that reversal right over 215 coming back down. Add-on for me would be back around the 1350 area and heavy at the 1250 mark if we ever got there. That's the one I'm looking at for the rest of the day for myself. And yes, Nick, that is it. Yosemite Sam. I love that. Was the good old days. Old Looney Tunes. Let's see. Tax City ran into Rampage Jackson in L.A. a while back.
Ooh, nice.
Gosh, yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna add to.
Yeah, those guys' hands are huge. That's how sports are. You don't. We all think we're even like me. I'm a bigger person, but then we'll see how big. Like I played with basketball. Like point me. Imagine NBA players' hands, and of course, like these guys' hands are huge. It's crazy.
Yeah, they can palm a basketball, and I'm like, I can't even.
And they palm a basketball the way we hold a tennis ball. I mean, let's just be honest.
Right. Exactly. Make it look so easy. So DRAM giving us the look into the 21 moving average and the 50 here. I'd say about going from maybe 35-40% chance of being wrong to maybe about 45-50% chance just with this pullback. I still like the odds. I got my stop right under that swing low. That's where it is. Risking about $15-20 for potential 50 or so. Trading nice and small. Just want to do something for y'all. Y'all watching so you don't fall asleep here. What else is worth talking about today? I'm trying to think. I mean, we could just talk about. I love Rampage. He might be my favorite MMA personality. I don't know if anybody caught some of his streams, but he's a very entertaining fellow. I will say that. And what were we talking about?
Definitely one of the better.
Something.
Oh man, I don't know. Come on, we got to go back to the old school days. Chuck Liddell had a pretty good personality.
Yeah, he was fun. That was like the golden days. Him, Rampage, like Lyoto Machida. We got a karate dude in here. Yeah. That was awesome. Yeah. Who else was killing it then? There were so many fun names to watch. And then what? Oh, like Vanderlei Silva.
Yeah,
the Spider, Anderson Silva.
Yeah.
Killers.
I'd say like what 2005-06 to 2010-11-12, somewhere in there was that was the kind of the golden era. It feels like for me. It was still fun to have your kind of random pops here over the last few years, like even going back to like, of course, recently with John Jones, but I'm sure everyone like myself, and I think she's a pretty girl, of course. So I was like, man, who is this Holly Holm? When Holly Holm nailed Ronda Rousey, because I could not stand Ronda Rousey. I wanted someone to shut her up, and boy, I mean, Holly beat her down. I mean, go back and watching that fight I did recently. I saw it on again. What's her face just looked like she never fought before. Ronda. I mean, she looked terrible. And then the karate.
Well, it's crazy. There's so much stratification. It feels like sometimes in these at least back then in these divisions where it's like, yes, she was amazing, but they just never put her up against somebody who could really strike.
Right.
Right. If she couldn't get her on the ground, she was in danger. Yes. And that's it. It can be kind of like a knife fight. I think when you face a really good striker as somebody who primarily relies on takedowns.
Yes.
So that's. I know some people find that boring. Josh is over here like, I don't want to watch dudes hugging for 2 minutes,
Yeah,
but,
right.
Hey, it's technical hugging, it's very strategic. So But
Yeah.
then you got the big bruisers too. Mind Music Muscle, great name by the way. Welcome in. Yeah, Fedor Emelianenko, however you say his name. He was a bruiser. Him, you had Verdum, and Mirko Krokop. He was my favorite. Just like 6'8" dude doing like the strongest head kicks ever. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
That's like lethal weapon status. All right. There we go.
Yeah, see,
All right.
listen, that
It's a
keeps them
little slow
interested
here
right there.
today.
They
Where
love
we
it.
got the big move. Sorry. What were you saying there?
So they just love that. That's what I'm saying. Hey, you talk a little, a little sport, especially that seems to catch the ear. That seems to be definitely still one of the more popular ones. Of course, anyone wants to talk NFL or whatever, but yeah, that MMA and UFC just seems to have that. It's for whatever reason, it seems like stock trading, and that seems to coexist together. Like they like, if you like MMA, I like notice that even more so where people that trade stocks, that's like maybe their number one sport or their favorite sport or however you want to word it. But yeah.
No, I think you're onto something for sure because it's the zero sum competition thing. I think here, where it's like it's just you and whoever's in the cage. Maybe trading is a little even more personal, just because it's like you and yourself. But either way, it's very much like something that you just have to really immerse yourself in, right? You have to really kind of take the plunge and be about the lifestyle, and it's not like something you can just kind of dabble in and do really well. And so I think that kind of attracts the same mindset of people who like a challenge that's so incredibly rewarding.
That's for us degens. Now, of course, your Warren Buffetts of the world, they're into polo, they're into golf, they're into something that seems has a little more etiquette to it at all. Oh, you baboons are over there punching each other. What idiots.
just brutes, but it takes all types.
Yeah, right. But yes, I think for the degen normal day trader, yeah, it seems like it fits most. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Then you have your like upper echelon, top of the top, guys that look down on it. They're like, we're over here, polo and playing badminton, whatever it's called. Anyway, they're doing stuff like that. Texas Hold'em. Yeah, mine. I was never a big cards guy. That it's either you, and I've seen that over the years. It's either you play you're a cards guy and you do whatever, it's blackjack, Texas, whatever it might be, or like me, I don't play any of them. I'm not that big I've never big into that. But yeah, it's either one or the other. You were completely into it, or you just really never play and you were not that good at it. You get lucky if you do, when you're like, well, beginner's luck. I'm like, yeah, and they're like, this guy over here.
Well, it's funny. I think you're dead on about that. Either you're just like, give me all of the gambling, give me all of the betting, or you're like, why would I waste my edge, why would I waste my edge that I know I have in the market on my edge in a casino where I know that I'm going to lose more often than not, Yeah. So I think it can be either way there. But no, I love poker. I'm just very bad at it because I recognize how hard it is, and I'll play casually. I'll play, very very low stakes. But I do really enjoy the strategy of it, and I love how bad I am at it. I know that there's like such a high skill ceiling, and that's something I really admire in any kind of game.
Yeah.
So I like being a student of the game and just like watching, replays and tournaments and just hearing people who really understand it think about the game. And I love that, just how I like listening to you or anybody else on the team talk about trading. It sparks the same thing because it's just anybody who that's their passion. I just want to hear them talk about that, especially if it's anything game theory related. So yeah, I bet we have a bunch of poker fans in the house. Yeah, poker's math edge, and we'll always say one of the best trading books is actually a poker book, Thinking in Bets by Annie Duke. It's all the same stuff. It's managing resources, managing your bankroll, and putting your money to work for you when the odds are the best.
Yeah, I wonder if I wrote a book that was called "If You Don't Like Reading, Read This." Would you?
That's a tough sell,
right? But I'm thinking it's so catchy you would like it. Like you're like, oh, I don't like reading. I want to read this. If you don't like reading, read this. The Stock Trading, whatever, by Josh Smith. The Stock Trading.
You're like trying to fool us into reading. You're not going to get me like that, Josh. No, I think that actually probably would work because there's so many people who like think that they don't like reading, and really they just don't like reading what their stuffy old English teacher made them read in high school or whatever. So I thought I didn't like reading for a while. Turns out I only like reading interesting stuff. So.
Snowman says write it. He says I want that book. I'm telling you, I need to write a book. First off, about stock trade, people have said, man, you should write a book. I do. I should write 2 books. One that I would love to base my movie off of, because I'd love to write. I still to this day want to do a movie so bad. But I need to do honestly write a book. But I wonder if that would be a good. I should just do 2 books, and they're the same book. Release one book with that title just to see how it does. If you don't like reading, read this book. And then a stock trading, whatever. And then see how well the sales are. And if it does terrible, then re-release the book with a new album or with a new cover or with a new name.
Yeah, I was going to say just release the exact same book. Just if you like reading, read this book. If you don't like reading, read this. You're going to catch them all. Well, that's called capturing a new target addressable market, right?
Right.
And
I want to give
we
them
brought
all.
it right back to stock trading.
Yes. And real quickly
time.
about movies with Avery just came to my head and I said I want to make a movie. This would be funny to make it this way. But have you ever seen the movie? She just watched it with her parents recently. Her parents have never seen it. It's a great movie. Have you ever seen the movie Be Kind, Rewind?
Yes,
With Jack Black.
That's with Jack Black. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
and
a fun
they
one.
Make, they remake movies in the worst, terrible way. And they put them on the show for people to rent, and people then start renting those.
That one's great. That one reminded me of a wholesome version of Clerks.
Yes.
Which another great movie, couple movies there. But just it's so comfy that, especially for boomers like you, right? I mean, the VCR stores, the Blockbusters, even for me, that was memories. I'm still a '90s kid, even if I'm born in '94, so
even back
I got my time.
Yeah, I remember that in the store though. Even the little thing is, you would see that they would tell you don't forget to be it said be quiet. They were that was your thing because there were even things that rewound the tape for you. Remember, you could buy something, stick it in, and it would rewind it all the way back really quickly. I never had that, but some of my fancy friends had one that literally they'd have it on top of their VCR player, and as soon as they were done, they'd stick it in that, and it would rewind it really quickly right back, so you wouldn't have to press rewind. Because remember back in the day. To rewind it, you had to press the rewind, the double button that would take it back at a certain speed, but you have to wait 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or whatever it was for it to rewind all the way back to the beginning of it. So those were the and then sometimes you'd rent a movie. It didn't happen much. We'd rent a movie, you'd get home and it'd be a different movie in there. They'd replace it with a different one. You're like, oh man, what the heck? This isn't the movie I'm renting.
Oh boy, no, I'm totally with you. Mind Music Muscle, you have a great question here. I don't know if we'll have time to cover it right now, but I'd love to cover this on Power Hour. If you're around in an hour, I think I have a perfect chart for an example, and we can talk about how to pyramid into a trade.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about NVIDIA. I'll just give you a little teaser here.
And if that almost looks like Mind Music Muscle is in an old Blockbuster, and it looks like old DVDs are behind him. I can't really tell where he's at, but it's almost like he's going live at an old Blockbuster. And it almost looks like the racks of DVDs or VHSs you would see racked up there. He's like, I'm going live. The only Blockbuster still available.
I'm squinting into the 3 pixels that I see on my secondary monitor here. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to believe you. But this is a crazy chart and a great example of how you can pyramid into a position. We're going to pretend like we got in here when we do take the trade or review the trade, and we'll see how that goes, where we would trim, where we would add back in, because I'm seeing multiple places where we could kind of juice this trade in a pyramid type fashion. So definitely try to tune in then if you can in just under an hour. I will be back here and we'll start with that, and then we'll go around the horn, do all that stuff, all the stuff you need to know what's going on in the market.
You'll be touching up on earnings too. So stay around Music Muscle. Take a little hour break with Steve. I'll be taking a break too myself, and Steve though will be back here on the live stream a little less than an hour from now, and get you guys covered, get you ready for earnings, what's coming out today, and then do that for you. You'll have a whole hour to break that down for you, and Steve's the man to listen to for sure.
Awesome. Appreciate it, Josh. As always, had a lot of fun with you here on the lunchtime recap. So guys out there, don't turn that dial. We're going to put it on a scanner for now, and then I'll be back for Power Hour and then those earnings. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, nap time. Exactly. All right, Josh. See you in a little bit.
I figured the applause was
all right.
I like that. Do a little applause at the end there. I don't know if you heard that.
That's nice. Wait, was that you?
Yes,
Or was that
yes.
Oh, okay, nice. You got the soundboard.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was like, this is the stuff I used to do for radio. I was a producer for radio and TV. So yeah, this is like, I know they had that job open. Of course, they used, for AU, and of course, AU took. He's doing a great job. But this is like, yeah, like if I had more time, this is exactly what I'd do for like ESPN and for TV and radio. So yeah, I'll start doing those fun little things for us. Just start ad-libbing those in. So just at the right time.
It is so much fun. It reminds me of more 90s stuff, but like the talk radio in the morning,
yes.
like
because my dad did the same. Yeah. Yes, yeah, my dad had all that kind of stuff and the timing of it when you'd hear that when they did, when they did a good job of it. You loved when they would, you hear those little sound effects. Yeah. So I'll throw those in. Yeah. Take a little hour break, brother, awesome. And I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, sounds good, man. See you then.
Later. All right. Hello. HTCO still the main watch. Papple. Quick recap if any. Rooster. Good girl, Rooster. All right. NVDA, we'll put that on watch here since Yas is really just not doing much for the rest of the day here. I'll put NVDA back on watch. It's at that high of day, all-time high mover, barn burner here with SPY. Some matriculation from other large cap tickers, some decent movement, but it's some sideways consolidation though going on. Best movers, HTCO and NVDA right now at this moment. SPY looking like it wants to consolidate, but squeeze and pop in a new high of day there and has some room to run into uptrend channels that I do have in. So we'll keep that on watch there for the SPY. Take a little break here. I do have one-on-ones this afternoon. Busier Monday, back to got a little bit more normal today than recent Mondays as far as one-on-one in the morning. Of course, now the lunch recap, one-on-ones this afternoon. But hey, ready to rock and roll with you guys. This has been, good little stretch of slowdown though for the small caps where you get some good movement, some from a volatile play. Then other than that, then it's real slow. So it's a lot easy going when we hit afternoon. Oh, there was a lesson I needed to do in pin messages. No, pin messages. Yeah, see, I need to do a message on this right here. I need to do a message on this. Boom. The Queen says, I don't know what I'll make it. Make out. I see, I can't learn it. I was working on consistency, only following the rules. I mean, deep know some of the problems following the rules when I'm getting there now. I think I do it all. Okay. Got you. Well, Queen right there asked what. Does anyone quit their job doing full-time trading? How does it feel like? Okay. Reply. We won't be doing this lesson this week. I will post YouTube link here. Oop. We'll pin it. Pin message. Cool. All right, sweet. Taking the quiet Monday. You had Daza. Other than I was hoping, which is funny, Daza. So which we got some profit. So I was hoping earlier. Again, in the one-on-one when this was doing the halt down. This is not when. Yeah, this was the halt area. Yeah. So doing the halts earlier reminded me of the one we caught. So I was in the one-on-one. I was like, oh man. It reminds me of the one I got. I was in another one-on-one with Daza, and it was kind of a violent play. Of course, usually we go over trades. And then out of nowhere, there was then this play kind of came out of nowhere, right? The same like that one we got. And it was almost the same, and I was, almost got it. Didn't halt down. Didn't give us the same look ours got. But even in the end, the one that we got was what? Just like this son of a bitch. Where there was one decent, which I didn't catch it here because I didn't trust it, but this is where it halted down once right here. Otherwise, it just kind of pulled back. That was the one halt down today. And there was a small gap down. It went from like 22 to 20. You can't see it in the 5-minute time frame now, but whatever. It was somewhere in here where it halted. Or was it here? Was this where it halted down at 22 and opened back up and went up? Maybe it was here. I think it was here. It was here. This is right before I went live. So it was here. And didn't take it because I missed the first halt down, which only led to one gap down. It popped right back up, and went back up to new high of day. But it's a lot like that one we took. And I mentioned that. And now I look to fruition here. I'm like, wow, this is just like that one. Luckily, me and Daza did catch that first halt down. It did have a gap down. We took advantage of it. Luckily, we got out because then it went to new high of day. And this thing's doing the exact same damn thing like our trade did that one day. Giving you bounces in weird areas too. This is right in the middle of a halt up, and this one actually goes below it. So this one, then you could say that the halt up held it, but it did go below it. A good dollar, but not really many good bounce plays on HTCO for the day, and really for small caps. Yas was good at 140 over and over, but now it's really died out, and there's not a lot of movement to it. It's really slow. But yes, yep. It's funny how that does this not remind you of that one we got into. Was profitable for us, good to get in and know how to trade these right. But yeah, and this play, I'm going to take a little break. I need to open the door too. This room's getting pretty warm and stuffy in here. I need to turn the fan on, get some air in here. If this gets it above this uptrend channel of resistance that we've been going up all day long and holds, this play could turn to parabolic mode. Just going back to charting here, you can see, and this is the 3-year chart, there is nothing on this play to hold it down. This play can go. This play can absolutely be a barn burner. So keep HTCO on watch here. I'm going to take a quick little break, get a little lunch in my belly. I'll see you guys back here before my one-on-one starts. So I'll be back here in about 40 minutes or so. I will get into a lesson this week. Queen 39 asked about a month ago. Now I meant to do it earlier. I feel bad. Time flies. It's just crazy. Anyway, has anyone who quit their job, she essentially asked, has anyone quit their job and doing full-time trading? How does it feel? What's it like? So I'll go back to that and do a lesson on that. And that'll be the one key lesson this week. I'll see if there's something else. If there's any other lessons you guys want me to do, let me know. I feel like we have a lot of lessons out there, and I've covered a lot of stuff in all my lessons over on YouTube. Anywho, taking the break. I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna put some jams on right now. Killing this trade. I'm going to scale out to every new highs. Stop loss for the last 6 shares will be back down around this 46 area for HTCO as she continues to climb higher and higher into the sky. She rolls. Let's go, HTCO. Love it. Let's see new highs here on the run. Just want to jump back on the mic real quickly. Wanted that gap up. I knew I would get one today. I knew I'd get her today. I knew I'd get it today. I knew it. back on the mic here real quickly. Not bad. Lost $6 in the end off of that. I'm trying to give it a little more room to run with those 2 shares. But in the end, really $7 after, I guess, you know, the execution price for those 2 shares. But great entry price right here in the end overall for HTCO. And all it was when I saw this play flying up, and it was, I literally just got back in the office from taking my little break, stepping out for half a second. Hadn't even gotten food in my belly yet. And I saw this play going into a halt up and said, man, this is squeezing, you know, new highs. This is pretty much all-time high. I think it might be. I know there's not any charting I can find really the last few years in this squeeze mode on the way up there, as you can tell here overall. Thought I'd put that on top. Is it not on top? On top. Go like one more down. There, that still shows entry, right? There we go. Anyway, so, look, could be getting close to another halt down. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're getting close. And so I got this little move right here, which was nice. So it popped up. I got in as soon as I saw it halting up. I'm like, man, this is about to halt up. Man, this is about to halt up. You might as well get in right now. And with the shitty spread, even though it was at 43.70 something, I got filled at 44. And I was like, well, there's going to be a gap up. And there sure enough was. It opened right at around 45. Now, I thought about taking some shares right out of the gate. But it immediately, if you go back to a 1 minute time frame, this thing spiked so quickly into 47. So when I saw 47, I said, I got like on the bid. You know, that's all I'm looking at is the bid and the ask. So when I saw 47 on the bid, I was like, there's no way I got to get into this right now. Got to 100%. Or take some, I should say. And then I started taking some when we were getting weak here. And I wish I would have saved more. I still made some obviously really good money there. Move this over here. Boop. Right, on the way up. Some pretty decent money on the way up there. But I wish I would have held like this. Somewhere right around in this area. Wish I would have held this 100+ shares. Somewhere in there. That really would have turned out to be a bit more of a banger trade if I would have held about 100 to maybe 200 more shares. I did get rid of what I wanted to right out of the gate. I had the half ready when I saw 47. I was like, done. That's $3 buckaroonies. That's going to provide for some good money. I wanted 700 shares. I thought about a 500. I thought about 1,000. But 700 was already on the board. That's what I was actually wanting to trade earlier in the day when I was looking for the halt gap down. I had no time to adjust the P&L or the P&L. I had no time to adjust the quantity. It was just at 700, I thought I wasn't going to get it in time. I mean, I may have been one of the very last orders, no lie, to get in, because I was watching the time and sales, and I heard, you know, when I pressed the button, I was like, I think I got in. And I was like, oh, 44, whatever, fuck it, oh well. And so in the end, you know, got 3 points out of majority, half of my shares. And then the rest of the majority of shares I got essentially right at about, I would say in the end average, if you go from 46 exits, right, here's majority of my shares, from 46, 45, some in the 44s, but they're mid 44, one low 44. I would say that's an average of about 45. Somewhere right around 45, probably even honestly a little higher. You know, if that's 100 shares at 46, that's you're talking like 49, 150 or so, you get my point. Probably 45, 50-ish or so. So you're talking a point and a half. That's awesome. That's, again, free 3 points, free point and a half, and then small shares here, which wasn't a lot, I know, but then you're getting, look at this. I mean, even these small shares, 5 shares were providing for $30, you know. 1 share here in the end, even though it's kind of coming down. Some of these weren't providing for a lot, but then these were. I mean, 1 share was 10 buckaroonies, which isn't a lot, but still adding to it and padding. That's why I wish I would have saved 100 plus more shares, so maybe I was taking 10. Still scaling out 10 shares out of a time, or 25 shares at a time, and hitting them up here with that. You still can't be mad or sad about nailing some of the move there on HCTO, which is exactly what I got there. So definitely happy and proud of the trade, honestly. Overall, again, wish I would have gotten more of it, sure, 100%, but still got a good portion out of it overall. She moved on up there, so good. Good little move there. Glad I got a piece of it. I was wondering, I was like, man, there's no way I'm going to miss this. All this move we've had today, 300% mover or so, 350, whatever it was when it was at high of day, mid-50s. Good bang orang mover there, 100%. And really think about it, got to 35, failed, came back, held that area, and then we went and did that 35 to 50 move. Nice to sit back and now get another banger. So 3 days in a row. CAR, then Friday with CHSN, today with another banger with HCTO. Beautiful move there. cat. I was like, who popped in? A cat popped in. All right, heading over to my one-on-one. I don't know if anyone's still around right now. Hopefully, people will rewind. Let's see here. All right. I'll be back here in just a bit, team. See if we get anything going in Power Hour after hours after I get out of the one-on-ones. If you have any questions, hit me up. I'm around.
like a hearse, you die to get in again. We are so far from you. Burning on, just like a matches, trying to incinerate the lives of everyone you know. And what's the worst to take from every heart you break? And like the blade you stain, well, I've been holding on tonight. What's the worst that I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. Came a time when every star fall brought to the tears again. We are the very hurt you sold. And what's the worst you take from every heart you break? And like the blade you stain, well, I've been holding on tonight. What's the worst that I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. What if you carry on this way? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. What's the worst that I can say? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night. What if you carry on this way? Things are better if I stay. So long and good night. So long and good night.
How much of my mother has my mother left in me? How much of my love will be insane to some degree? And what about this feeling that I'm never good enough? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood? How much of my father am I destined to become? Will I dim the lights inside me just to satisfy someone? Will I let this woman kill me, or do away with jealous love? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood? I can feel the love I want, I can feel the love I need, but it's never gonna come the way I am. Could I change it if I wanted? Can I rise above the flood? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood? brothers wanna be? Does a broken home become another broken family? Or will we be there for each other like nobody ever could? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood? I can feel the love I want, I can feel the love I need, but it's never gonna come the way I am. Could I change it if I wanted? Can I rise above the flood? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood? It's never gonna come the way I am. Could I change it if I wanted? Can I rise above the flood? Will it wash out in the water, or is it always in the blood?
Never found out why you left him, but this answer begs that question. Too blind to see tomorrow, too broke to beg or borrow. Young and stupid, left wide open. Hearts are wasted, lives are broken. One more point of contention, I need some intervention. Approach with vague intentions, betray my short attention. Span the distance, bridge the border, beg forgiveness, round the corner. Every time I look for you, the sun goes down, and I stumble when this whole thing runs aground. I left another message, you are never around, but every time I look for you, the sun goes down once more. Will the last one out, please shut the door. More time apart will give you a few more months to argue. Is this too much to live through? It always seemed too far to drive the point home. Send more letters, pray tomorrow ends up better. Every time I look for you, the sun goes down, and I stumble when this whole thing runs aground. I left another message, you are never around, but every time I look for you, the sun goes down once more. Will the last one out, please shut the door. was a ghost, I was alone. 두어진 길 속에 given the throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen that I'm meant to be. I lived two lives, tried to pick both sides, but I couldn't find my own place. Caught a problem child, cause I got too wild, but now that's how I'm getting paid. 끝없이 on stage, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. We dreaming hard, we came so far, now I believe. We're going up, 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 it's our moment. You know together we're going, gonna be golden. Up, up, up with our voices. Going to get you so on it. Gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time, no fears, no lies, that's who we're born to be. Waited so long to break these walls down, to wake up and feel like me. Put these patterns all in the past now, and finally live like the girl they all see. No more hiding, I'll be shining like I'm born to be. Cause we are hunters, voices strong, and I know I believe. We're going up, 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 it's our moment. You know together we're glowing, gonna be golden. Oh, up, up, up with our voices. Going to get you so on it. Gonna be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. Oh, our time, no fears, no lies, that's who we're born to be. You know we're gonna be golden. We're gonna be glowing like every night on it. You know that it's our time, no fears, no lies, that's who we're born to be.
Six bottles went down the drain. 1 hour's a waste of time. I'd ask if you feel the same. Still pushing that chance to try. Your breath in this cool room chill. Long hair that blows side to side. You speak and make time stand still. And each time you walk right on by. Like fireland, you have been forever and after. Like fireland, you kill me forever and after. Can't count all the eyes that stare. Can't count all the things they see. She kills on the life to spare. Just victims are left to bleed. One drink and the pain goes down. Soft shadows like by her feet. Lay soft as you slowly drown. Lay still as you fall asleep. Like fireland, you have been forever and after. Like fireland,
other side every time we touch. Hey, I don't know. Tell me where to begin, 'cause I never ever felt so much. Hey, and I can't recall getting love at all. Oh, baby, this blows the wrong way. It's got what it takes. So tell me why can't this be love? Straight from my heart. Oh, tell me why can't this be love? I tell myself, hey, only fools rush in. Only time will tell if we stand the test of time. Oh, I know you've got to run to win, and I'll be damned if I'll get hung up on the line. Hey, no, I can't recall anything at all. Oh, baby, this blows the wrong way. Woo! It's got what it takes. So tell me why can't this be love? You want it straight from the heart. Oh, tell me why can't this be love? It's got what it takes. So tell me why can't this be love? Straight from my heart. Tell me why can't this be love? Baby, why can't this be love? Got to know why can't this be love? I wanna know why can't this be love?
Well, she's not very good at this. She's left the phone behind.
I like the way you talk, I like the things you wear. I want your number tattooed on my arm in ink, I swear. 'Cause when the morning comes, I know you won't be there. Every time I turn around, you disappear. I wanna blow your mind, just come with me, I swear. I'm gonna take you somewhere warm, you know j'adore la mer. 'Cause when the morning comes, I know you won't be there. Every time I turn around, you disappear. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. What's your name? Let me treat you to a drink. I like the way you talk, I like the things you wear. I want your number tattooed on my arm in ink, I swear. 'Cause when the morning comes, I know
I won't suffer, be broken, get tired, wasted, surrender to nothing. I'll give up what I started and stopped it from end to beginning. A new
It's got nothing to do with me. And the bruises that you feel will heal, and I hope you'll come around, 'cause we're missing you. And you used to speak so easy, now you're afraid to talk to me. It's like walking with the wounded, carrying that weight way too far. Concrete pulled you down so hard. Out there with the wounded, we're missing you. Well, I never claimed to understand what happens after dark, but my fingers catch the sparks at the thought of touching you when you're wounded. Shoulders get tighter, nervous fits on your lighter boots. Your pissed off poets, your women's groups, and the friends with you. We should have known this fool. Well, I guess we missed the mark. Still my fingers catch the sparks at the thought of them touching you. Now you're wounded. Come around and you know we miss you. Well, nobody took your pride away. I said, that's something people say. Back down the bully to the back of the bus, 'cause it's time for them to be scared of us. Tell you yelling how we're living 'cause you got the ball. And you rock on, baby, rock on. You rock on. On and on. Yo, summertime party with your socks in the air. You're screaming, I don't care, baby, I don't care. No! You say you don't know. You say you don't know. All I know is when you say you don't know. You say you don't know. You say you don't know. All I know is when you say you don't know.
to come, wishing I had strength to stand. This is not what I had planned. It's out of my control. Flying at the speed of light, thoughts were spinning in my head. So many things were left unsaid. It's hard to let you go. I know what it takes to move on. I know how it feels to lie. All I wanna do is trade this life for something new, holding on to what I haven't got. Sitting in an empty room, trying to forget the past. This was never meant to last. I wish it wasn't so. I know what it takes to move on. I know how it feels to lie. All I wanna do is trade this life for something new, holding on to what I haven't got.
What was left when that fire was gone? I thought it felt right, but that right was wrong. All caught up in the eye of the storm, and trying to figure out what it's like moving on. And I don't even know what kind of things I said. My mouth kept moving and my mind went dead. So picking up the pieces now, where to begin? The hardest part of ending is starting again.
All I wanna do is trade this life for something new, holding on to what I haven't got.
This is not the end, this is not the beginning. Just a voice like a riot rocking every revision. But you listen to your tones and
Thank